Hello, sorry to those who got kicked off Zoom, but I had to restart a new Zoom anyway. And since my whole system went down, I figured I'll just do it now. And then when people come up on the panel, we won't have to do it later. So maybe that's the way we should do it every night and then it's done. Okay, but we'll worry about that later. So hopefully you got to watch the small upload. Hold on one second. There is something playing. What is playing? Here's something that's playing and I don't know what it is. Something probably from a newscast or something. Who knows? Oh, here we go. Oh, it's my video. I think it's my video. It is my video. Hold on. It's my other video. The one I was just talking about. That was weird. It was like it heard me. Well, maybe you saw my other video about the Murdoch find in the cameras. I can't see the chat yet. If you haven't seen it, then check it out. All right, and my glasses were like beyond filthy dirty. They still feel disgusting. All right, let's see. So what we're gonna do is let me try to get to this live. Okay, I'll do better without them. Yeah. And I want to just make an announcement that if you can't see the community tab, you should check it out, because if you haven't seen it, I should say, not if you can't see it. If you haven't seen it, you should check it out, because we're having a Patreon karaoke, and I think it's going to be Thursday, to be determined the time. So what you can do is you can come on and you can do karaoke with us. It's not going to be live on YouTube, and it's not going to be recorded, so it's not going to be shown again. So if you miss it, you miss it. That's it, just how it is. It's going to be a Patreon perk, like the YouTube. And if you need the Patreon link, Nightbot will drop it down if you'd like to join. And so it's going to be karaoke. Okay? And yeah, we're going to have a members perk thing too. So it's great if you're a member and a Patreon, because you get to do a lot of extra stuff. We try to give it where some of the creators don't give you anything for being a member or a Patreon. They give you absolutely nothing except the emojis. So anyway, we want to give you some perks that are real perks. So with the members, you have the Zooms, and we might be changing that up a little bit, like having the own Patreon Zoom on one day a week or something like that. So we're trying to make it worthwhile for everyone to be a member or a patron. Okay, that's the end of that. Don't have anything to say. The other video. Oh, and I have a video where I started the tomato seeds and did a spring craft. So maybe you would like to catch that. Those were all today. I know the notifications don't always go out. Now I'm going to get to the live. There was a shooting in Nashville, and many of you know this already. I doubt anyone doesn't know this at this point. It was in a Christian school, and they said it was a 28-year-old transgender woman who went in through a side door and shot 3 children and 3 adults, and then she was killed. So 7 people killed in total, 6 victims, and then the shooter. So we're going to look into this, because we found out the identity of the shooter, and it's a former student. So we're going to go through this. Hi, Life with Everyday Haley. How are you? Yeah, sad day, right? Hi, Barb Olson. Hi, everybody that's here. Let's just say a quick hello to everybody. Make sure you're in live chat. Hi, Barb Olson, Deborah Van Couverden, L, GB, Janae, Chris Ree, Life with Everyday Haley, Linda Uribe, hello, Lisa L, Margot, Nicole, and Special Needs Mom. Welcome. Okay, I'm going to just put myself in live chat, and we're going to go and find out, because there's information that keeps coming out about this. So let me go here. Okay, so the shooting victims are 9-year-old Evelyn It's Diakos, 9-year-old Haley Scruggs, 9-year-old William Kinney, 61-year-old Cynthia Peak, 60-year-old Catherine Kuntz, 61-year-old Mike Hill. Now let's see here. I want to see something here. Catherine Kuntz, which I'm going to put over here, was the head of the school. She was killed. Let's see here. I don't understand why she targeted the kids. You know, there's been speculation that perhaps something was said, maybe, I don't know, about her sexuality or something, and then so she went and had a beef with administration, but it wasn't just administration. You know, there was a custodian and then the kids. So it's what was going on there. But let's take a look at who did this. The suspected shooter, who was fatally shot by the police, was identified as 28-year-old Audrey Hale from Nashville. She was armed with at least 2 assault rifles and a handgun. Preliminary investigation indicates the shooter was a one-time student at the school, but they're not sure exactly when she attended. The school, founded in 2001, is a private Christian school with 33 teachers and up to 20 students starting in preschool, up to 210 students starting in preschool and up to the 6th grade. Nashville Police Chief John Drake said at a news conference that the shooting was a targeted attack and police discovered a manifesto as well as planning material. We've determined there were maps drawn of the school in detail of surveillance, entry points, etc. He said, "We know and believe the entry was gained by shooting through one of the doors, and that's how they actually got into the school. The shooter entered the Covenant School through a side door, and they traversed the building, moving from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor and firing multiple shots. Responding officers saw the shooter firing on the 2nd level, and at that point they engaged her. The shooter was fatally shot by 2 of the 5 responding officers on the scene." So let's see what we can say about this shooter. Here is picture. Now she's supposed to, I believe, have an Instagram and have artwork and this. Now this is something, illustration, Audrey Hale, toys and books. We've got that there going on. She wrote, let me see here. She was identified as Audrey Elizabeth Hale, a commercial illustrator and graphic designer who posted her creations online and once worked on a children's book about a support dog. She identified as transgender, said the police chief John Drake, though it wasn't clear whether the suspect identified as a man or a woman. and that is unclear. Asked whether Hale's identity could be a factor in the motive, the police chief said there is some theory to that. We're investigating all the leads. On her website, Hale said targeted onslaught, on her website, she described herself as enjoying binging on video games, watching movies, and playing sports. And said, there's the childlike part of me that loves to go run to the playground. Animals are my second passion, so I also enjoy spending time with my 2 cats. She attended Nashville College of Art, a tiny college in Nashville, and most recently worked part-time as a grocery shopper for Shipt. This is all according to her LinkedIn, which listed he, him pronouns. Police have not elaborated on the shooter's connection to the school other than to say that they were a former student there. A search of the shooter's home turned up detailed maps of the school, including entry points and a manifesto. Police say Hale aborted plans to target another school in the area, seeming as if it had too much security. A TikTok account under the name IM_Aiden10, which linked to other social media associated with the shooter, posted a video on February 9th of a person's shadow. The clip showed them bouncing a basketball and then a basketball net, an apparent tribute to a friend who had died. On the screen it displayed the words, "For Sid. I look up, the sky is bright, it's a beautiful day, I wish you were here." That account was later deleted. The shooter's mother, Norma Fort Hale, works as a coordinator at the Village Chapel, which is a Nashville church. And that's according to the mother's page, Facebook page, public page. The mother gushed about Hale and her brother on Facebook regularly, posting childhood photos of the pair with the caption, "Just grateful today to be the mom of these 2 awesome kids," in 2017. The following year, she posted a link to a petition to keep guns out of schools in connection with the Sandy Hook massacre in 2012. She wrote alongside the post, "So important. Women make up only 2% of mass shooters across the country, according to the Violence Project database, and Monday's shooter is just the 5th female mass shooter in U.S. history." Again, they were wielding 2 assault-style rifles and a pistol. The school had a protocol for active shooters, but it wasn't immediately clear if this was put in place during the shooting, police said at the press conference Monday. Police said they received the initial call about the active shooter at 10:13 a.m. The responding officers quickly began clearing the first story of the school after hearing gunshots coming from the 2nd floor. The shooter was killed by the officers were on site at 10:27 a.m. The victims were subsequently pronounced dead at the Monroe Carroll Jr. Children's Hospital and Vanderbilt University Medical Center. The 3 faculty members and the 3 children. The school has roughly 50 staff members. Police later raided Hale's home, blocking off surrounding streets to do so. One local said Hale lived at the house of her mother Norma, who works at the church nearby, and father Ron, who is self-employed and whom they had seen on Sunday. The source said, "We're just shocked. We would see Hale from time to time. She was very reserved and very quiet." Okay, so let's go to take a look at Apparently she arrived at the school in a Honda Fit just before 10 a.m. And there is footage of her walking through the corridors with a tactile vest on, looks like camo pants, looks like a white t-shirt, a red baseball cap, and a long gun. This is, I believe this photo is from the shooter's LinkedIn. And this was the vehicle. And here's a door shot out there. She targeted random students and persons in the school, whoever she came into contact with. There's some belief that there was some resentment for having to go to that school. Said that was said by John Drake, the police chief. What do the 9-year-old kids have to do with you going to that school? We feel that she identifies as trans, but we are still in an initial investigation into that and if this played a role in the incident. Right now we're unsure if that played a role. He said her manifesto has been turned over to the FBI. There was a map of this school with entry points and surveillance that was going to be on that day. She drove to school in a car, Honda Fit. They searched the car and found additional material written by the shooter. At about 10:13 a.m., she opened fire, shooting and killing 9-year-old Evelyn Diekas, William Kinney, and Haley Shrugs. Diekas. Haley Shrugs was the daughter of Chad Shrugs, the pastor at the affiliated Presbyterian Church. Substitute teacher Cynthia Peak, 61, and the head of school, Catherine Kuntz, 60, along with custodian Micah Hill, 61, were also killed. The shooter had detailed, drawn maps of the school and the manifesto, some writings, a map drawn out at how it was all going to take place. The police chief said that Hale mentioned another location but decided that one had too much security to launch an attack. The small school is run by a church and does not employ a school resource officer. This is Haley when she was younger with her father, the pastor of the Presbyterian Church that is affiliated with this school. This is the custodian, Mike Hill. You've already seen Catherine, and I don't know that they have a picture of, let me see. Okay, here we have something, I suppose, from her website. Let's see what this says. It says, "Hello, my name is Audrey Hale. I am a freelance illustrator and graphic designer who creates logos for businesses. I primarily work with clients that desire a brand personality. I provide illustrations and designs that will help tell a company story. My illustrations usually bring a whimsical and light-hearted feel. Aside from art, I enjoy binging on video games, watching movies, and playing sports. There is a childlike part about me that loves to go run to the playground. Animals are my second passion, so I enjoy spending time with my 2 cats. You can follow me on Instagram at creative.aiden. Let's see if that Instagram is still up. Let's see. I don't think it is. I think it's been taken down. Yeah, it appears to be taken down. Okay. I want to check something else. Let me check something else right here. Okay. Okay, apparently her mother, Norma, told an ABC News reporter, "It's very difficult now. We ask for privacy. I really can't talk right now. I think I lost my daughter today." It looks like the mother has probably taken down her page. See, 1 second here, Audrey. Why is this coming up? All right, let me go back over here 1 second. Now this Hale drew Jack Nicholson right here with all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Then some places are like people. Some shine. He went insane. Some do. Shining. All work and no play. Wendy, I'm home. Red rum. Here's Johnny. Here's Johnny. All work and no play. Overlook Hotel. Makes Jack a dull boy. Trying to see what else we have here. Okay, so she started firing at 10:13. At 10:27, she was killed. She was an illustrator drawing under the name of Eaton. Hale's work included renderings of SpongeBob SquarePants, a Keith Haring tribute, a drawing of Jack Nicholson in the film The Shining with his infamous quote, "Here's Johnny." The community where Covenant School is located is one of the most affluent in Tennessee. Private Christian Children's School, 37215 zip code, has one of the state's highest average household incomes and enjoys bustling retail districts. In 2020, that zip code ranked the area as the most expensive place to buy a home, with a median home sales price of $719,000. Other schools in the area went into lockdown as a precaution. Okay, and somebody said about Mike Hall, they posted a post, said, I didn't want to say a name until it had been announced officially, and now I'm not real sure what to say. This picture is Mike Hill. He was the last employee that I hired when I ran the kitchen at the Covenant Church and School. That was over 13 years ago. He was still working there today when he was shot and killed. I don't know the details yet, but I have a feeling when it all comes out, Mike's sacrifice saved lives. I have nothing factual to base that upon. I just know what kind of guy he was, and I know that he's the kind of guy that would do that. Goodbye, Mike. I'm going to miss those encouraging texts out of the blue from you. And that was here. And the Scruggs family, Haley was their youngest member, and it looks like their only daughter. Terrible. What did that little girl have to do with anything? Unless they say that it wasn't targeted, but who knows, did she have some beef with the pastor and wanted to hurt him through hurting his child? Then it doesn't seem very random. Let's see. Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn was among the first to share her condolences, saying, Chuck and I are heartbroken to hear about the shooting at the Covenant School in Nashville. My office is in contact with federal and local officials. We stand ready to assist. Thank you to the first responders working on site. Please join us in prayer for those affected. Susan Perkins, 68, said that her daughter and stepson were in the school at the time of the shooting and were unhurt. Her daughter's a communications director, and her step-grandson is a 6th grade student. I talked to my daughter, and she was so busy, she just couldn't talk, just enough to say she was okay. I'm just shaking with fear and so sorry this happened. I can't hardly believe that 3 children got killed. let's go to look more about this. Norman, where's that about? Hang on one second. No. All right. Okay, apparently these are pictures from Facebook. Let's see. So, Hale's family and friends have not commented if Hale was transgender or had transitioned from female to male or just preferred he/him pronouns. The LinkedIn also indicated Hale has used the name Aiden Hale, including links to a now deleted Instagram page under the name creative.aiden and a Facebook page with the name Aiden Creates, along with a now deleted Redbubble site with the name Hale uses the name Audrey Hale on a personal website. So let's see what somebody said. That Hope Tavares said, Audrey and I ran track together in high school. We had art classes together. She was sweet and funny and shy, but always an outcast. This really proves that anyone can be pushed over the edge when they don't receive the right mental health care. I haven't seen Audrey in years and have no idea what they were going through, but this is heart-wrenching. Someone by the name of Sean Brashears grew up next door to the Hales and said that they were our neighbors for basically ever on that street, as long as I can remember growing up as a kid. And then went on to say that Hale was a nice, normal, nice person, maybe a little quiet. Okay. Now, the police chief, Drake, told Lester Holt from NBC that police believe Hale harbored some resentment for having to go to that school, but did not share additional details, and said that the shooter targeted random students and persons. The manifesto had been turned over to the FBI. It indicated that there was going to be shootings at multiple locations, and the school was one of them. The chief added that their investigation told them that she was a former student at the school, but said, I don't know what grade she attended or grades, but we do firmly believe she was a student there. He said the suspect identifies as transgender and as a woman, but did not provide any other details. There was no resource officer on site at the school. The school did have an active shooter protocol. Let me see if I can still pull up. No, everything has been taken down, the Instagram, everything. Okay. So at that small art college, Hale won honored as the most improved student in 2015. Numerous awards come up on Google of that of the pages of that small art college. But they either time out when you try to go to them or they no longer appear. A photo of her receiving an award is still visible on the school's website. Let's see. We can see that. Okay, let's see. I don't know that I can still see that. So much other stuff comes up. Apparently this is the photo. Yeah, so let's see something here. Okay, what is that about? So they do have footage of her driving to the school and parking the vehicle. Let me see this. Hold on one second. shooting the door out. Oh, crazy. And all that stuff is down. Let's see here now. Almost all of her stuff is down. Let's see what else. Hale's mother deleted her Facebook page after Hale was identified as the suspect. Posts viewed by the media showed that Norma Fort Hale had posted about gun control and school shootings in the past. Her mother and brother could not be reached for comment by the media. Former neighbors Brad Shears said if they had to imagine, they would imagine that Audrey's parents are probably just as shocked as everybody in the neighborhood is. There's nothing that would lead me to believe that she was capable of such a thing or that anybody in the family would have access to, much less ever used a gun. They just don't seem like that kind of family like is around guns. They're not talking about going to a gun range and they're not going hunting. She had no criminal history. Let's see. Dr. Catherine Coons, the head of the school, who was one of the victims killed, wrote on the website, "Ours is a unique challenge to educate 21st century children in a way that prepares them to impact their culture and think in accordance with timeless truth. Never before have we known more about the skills and experiences students need to be successful and develop skills, but we must be about more. As we capture our children's attention and their minds for learning, we also want to capture their hearts in relationships that challenge their thinking and help them learn critical skills. Our graduates attend the finest schools in the Nashville area where they not only excel academically but also act with character that comes from authentic faith in Jesus." The school's website adds, "The beauty of a preschool to 6th grade is in its simplicity and innocence. Students are free to be children. They can feel fully and safely known by our faculty and become leaders under their guidance. The Covenant School begins coaching our students to be leaders at an early age. 5th and 6th grade students practice their leadership skills with younger students as they mentor them under the direction of a trusted adult. Every year, the faculty nurtures relationships and purposefully encourages healthy bonding between students so they may better understand their role in strengthening the school community." According to the Covenant School, academically, a preschool to 6th school allows curriculum to be more specialized so students have the potential for outstanding academic achievement. Okay, let's see. So they really got everything on this girl down. This girl, guy, I don't know what she's identifying as. He, she. They We have a mental health crisis in this country that cannot be denied, said Alabama Representative Barry Moore. We must take a look at school security and consider more funding. If we can secure airports, we can secure schools. If we can send $100 billion to the Ukraine, we can spend it here to keep our children safe. What is this about? $100 billion. That's not even verified. I don't even know what the heck this craziness that's being posted here. So the mother's taken her post down, the daughter's taken it all down. They've scrubbed everything clear. Everything, they seem to have really locked down everything, this family here. Here's a more recent picture of the Scruggs family, and that's the little girl, Haley. One second. Let's see. One of the 9-year-old children killed was Haley Scruggs, the daughter of Chad Scruggs, the pastor of the Covenant Presbyterian Church. there's any news on the Drake, the police chief, said Hale had been indiscriminate with who she targeted once she had entered the school. She targeted random students. Whoever she came in contact with, she fired rounds. Former headmaster Bill Campbell said, I do remember her as a former student, and that he had records of her as a third grader at the school in 2005 and a fourth grader in 2006, but said after that she does not appear in the yearbooks, and he thought she must have transferred. So if that's true, she went to the school as a third and fourth grader, carried with her all of whatever it was. For what, 18 years? Yeah, that is a mental illness. That is an obsession. That is just... Let me go to the chat for a minute. Okay. So, let's see. How is 10 zillion guns? My daughter's truck got stolen when it was full of guns. Let's see. Mental illness does not discriminate, nor should we. This brought it legally. We are an open carry state with no permit required. I'm not trying to hate on anyone, but this person killed 6 innocent people and wounded countless others. What is this? Glenjamin, yes, the video has been released. It's all over the internet. We're not going to show that here. You don't have to drop the link. It's all over the internet. People can watch it if they want. They don't have to watch it. And don't drop the names of other creators in here, okay? Because that's rude. So, all right, let me see what else. I was just trying to read the chat, but I got fed up with that guy. Um, okay, so apparently that looks like that's most of what is released so far. There is that video out there. I'm not going to play that on the channel. If somebody wants to see it, you can go right to Twitter and get it if you want to see that video. But first of all, it has questionable content because we're not supposed to be showing guns like that on YouTube. It's against terms of service. All right, let me go back to, okay, special needs. Hi 61, if you want to see the video, it's easy to see. Hold on, I'll put a link in the chat. I'm not going to play the video. I don't think I believe it is against terms of service, but Brian Enton has it, and I will put the link to Brian Enton and the video. There's the video. If you want to see it, you can go right there. Hi, Rich Guillaume. He came home from work today, cried and prayed. This is another devastating day. No one is safe anymore. I watched the surveillance video. The world is spiraling down. Prayers for all involved. Yeah, there's the video there. Hi, Peachy Keen. She has a personal website. Yeah, we looked at that. We did. The personal website, I believe, is down. I think everything is down now. But we looked at some of the things. Gator Zoned. Gator Zoned. Hello, Gator Zoned. We've already looked at everything there. Her drawings and all of that. Glass doors have no chance. Hi, Jeff H. Oh, Jeff H., I don't know if you heard me this afternoon. Thank you for the Cash App you sent a few days ago. I just saw that the other day. And again, thank you to the facilitator for your Cash App. Thank you to Peridot. Thank you to Nicole Griffith. And thank you. Hi, Peachy Keen. Hi 61 says, I've been in 2 shootings, so I got nervous watching that stuff, although I do like guns at the same time. Lots of interesting things from MNPD posts. I'm sure it came in a little late. Yeah, no problem, Peachy. Hi, Bucky-Ann. I don't think they've had... Did anybody hear anything else other than what we've already talked about regarding this person? Nicole, she was here. She's probably laying down. They're at a hotel right now on their way down to Kentucky. I do Civil War living history, so I'm around a lot of guns. Yes. Well, no, you sent it to Cash App, so YouTube didn't take any share. You sent it to Cash App. They didn't take anything because you sent it to Cash App. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, she said she was up before we went live. Did I see the video? Yes, I just posted the video. I just posted the video right there. I'm not going to play it here, but number one, I believe it's against YouTube terms of service now. They have new regulations they just put out, I think it was last week or so, about showing guns in that way. And yeah, it's fine. So Gator Zone, that's why I didn't play it. And I also think it's something that not everybody wants to see. And it is, you can see it if you'd like through that link. She may or may not be sleeping. Hi, Speed Drifter. So, I'm very curious to know why this person did this shooting. Yeah, I don't know. There's speculation just that something happened at the school, but they're saying that she didn't target any of the people and that they're random. I don't know. Notice the timestamps helps frame the line of actions the shooter took. Well, her mother's taken down her page. It looks like they've taken down the LinkedIn, the Instagram of the shooter, the websites of the shooter, Redbubble of the shooter. She had a manifesto, yes. It was targeted, but they said the victims were not targeted. The school was targeted, but they said her victims weren't. That's what they said. I'm just reading what they said. That was from the police, what I read. The suspect had detailed maps, yes. They said the attack was targeted and so were other schools, but they said that she targeted random people in the school, whoever she saw. That's what I just read from the police chief. Hi 61, my sister has struggled with mental illness. I know she would never do this. Nonetheless, a very disturbed individual that would shoot 9-year-old children to settle some type of whatever injustice or slight that they perceived. If there's anything else new coming on. This officer and This officer, Nashville police officers Michael Colazzo and Officer Rex Engelbert shot and killed school shooter Audrey Hale. When officers arrived, they say Hale was shooting at police cars through a window. Colazzo and Engelbert ran towards the gunfire and killed the shooter. Let's see. Okay, let me go back and see if there's any more here. I'm just looking at Twitter. It's so ridiculous, some of this. All right, let's see here. All right, there's definitely not. That's nowhere else to go. I can't believe they just took everything down like that, and nobody has. Very few places have any of the pictures of these Facebook pages of these people. Apparently this is the mother. Okay, there are some there with the, she has a Transformers sweatshirt on, the mother and brother. The mother of the Nashville school shooter appeared to be a gun control activist who once urged friends on Facebook to sign a petition calling to keep firearms out of schools. So important, Norma Hale wrote March 8th, 2018 on Facebook, a post as she shared the petition that stated keep guns out of school, that appeared to be from the Sandy Hook Promise Foundation. The webpage domain to the petition did not appear to exist anymore. In another post from February 21st of 2018, Norma Hale shared another petition from Sandy Hook Promise urging lawmakers to make large capacity gun magazines illegal. Her adult child, Audrey Hale, carried out Monday's horrific mass shooting at the Covenant School Monday morning. The 28-year-old, believed to be a former student at the small Christian school, was carrying at least 2 assault rifles and a handgun. In various other Facebook posts dating back several years, Norma Hale, who appeared to work for a Nashville-based church, the Village Chapel, as a coordinator, gushed over her 2 children for various achievements and milestones. She also commended her daughter in a March 15th, 2017 post for impressing one of her college professors at Nassau College of Art, and noted the instructor recommended her for an awards competition. So proud of Audrey, the doting mother wrote. On January 28th, 2019, in a post she wrote, found this in a devotional book I loaned to Audrey, with a heart emoji at the end of the sentence and a photo that shows I love God written on the page. She also stated in an August 2015 post that Audrey wrote thank you notes to all of her professors at the end of her summer semester, including to one teacher who lost her son in a car accident a year prior. These were some of her words. Don't ever let anything or anyone steal your joy. You have a reason and a purpose to be here, Audrey wrote, adding, amazing, Dre, I love you. In other posts, she gave numerous shout-outs to her son and wasn't shy about how lucky she was to be the mother of her 2 kids. In an October 6, 2017 post, she wrote, just grateful to be the mom of these 2 awesome kids, with photos of Audrey and her brother growing up through the years. Mother's Day 2014, she posted in May 2014 with a photo of her and her 2 children. I get to be these awesome kids' mom. Some of the youngest students at the Covenant School in Nashville huddled together in a closet on Monday as the shooter who killed 6 people in the school building tried to break into their classroom. A longtime pre-K teacher at the private Christian academy said that she and her students took cover in a closet as they heard shots ringing out all over the school. One little daughter told her mother that she was hiding in a closet and that there was shooting all over, and that the shooter had potentially tried to get into their room. The mother of the little girl has worked at the school for nearly 10 years. The shooter has been identified as a former student. It's unclear how long ago, well, 2005, 2006, we know that now. Let's see, 3rd and 4th grade. The worried daughter said she was relieved to hear her mother was all right, but she said she was panicked for those who lost loved ones during the shooting. That was another teacher's adult daughter who got a call. Hale shot and killed students Evelyn Diakis, Haley Scruggs, William Kinney, all age 9, as well as custodian Mike Hill, substitute teacher Cynthia Peak, both 61, and the head of the school, Catherine Kuntz, age 60. Little Haley Scruggs was the daughter of the lead pastor of the Presbyterian Church affiliated with the school. On Monday night, the Covenant School released a statement asking for privacy as the school community begins the process of healing, saying, "Our community is heartbroken. We are grieving tremendous loss and are in shock. Coming out of the terror that shattered our school and church, we are focused on loving our students, our families, our faculty and staff, and beginning the process of healing." Okay, let's see. On her website, let's see. The shooter is a Nashville native, commercial illustrator, graphic designer. Okay, so let me look under this. Search. Eaton. TikTok. So their TikTok account is gone. Your Instagram account is gone. And saying, let me see something here. Okay. Let me check something over here. Okay, so that is, I think that's it. That's all there is until if they release any of this manifesto by tomorrow, maybe, I don't know. We have a manifesto. Okay, so here it's saying she was a biological female identifying as a he, him. I don't know. And then other places they're saying the exact opposite. So I don't know which is the way. The other ways they're saying that she was formerly Aiden, now Audrey. I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. All I know is everything literally about her is down. Him, her, they, them is down. Okay, let's see. She could have just stayed home and watched all the thousands of different things this person could have done. Yeah. It's nuts. Hi, Sunkist. Yeah, when we were kids, so yeah, things were different. Anyway. That's about that. If anybody wants to call in, just email me about this. Let's see if anybody's. Glenjamin, I have that video, but thank you. I have that already. Dang. Okay. All right. I haven't checked my mail at all today. That's not good at all. If you've been emailing me, I'm very sorry. I haven't checked my mail in, I don't know, could be 2 days here. Hang on 1 second. Check out that. Okay. don't know what this guy is sending me here. Okay. All right, I have to remember to do that. So yeah, if you want to call in, just send an email. And I guess Lori Vallow, I'm getting, the Ada County Courts has reserved space for media who plan on bringing satellite trucks or other large equipment vans. Court staff has already heard from some of the media about reserving them. If you will attend this, we need to know. Please email. So let's see if there's any news on what am I looking for? Nothing new filed there. So we're just waiting on that. Okay. All right. Let me see if anybody has emailed to call in about this. Nobody wants to talk about that. Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next thing. Let's see what else is going on in the world then. So Gwyneth Paltrow, what happens? I couldn't move my head or body. The guy is screaming. Is this the guy she hit, the 70? Looks pretty good, but he's really, Terry Sanderson is accusing Gwyneth Paltrow of crashing into him on a beginner ski slope, leaving him with brain damage and 4 broken ribs. Couldn't move his head or body. Okay. So what else happened at that? He's suing her for $300,000. She's countersuing for $1. Crazy. Okay. The world is so crazy. I'm just going down the stuff, and it's nuts. The Murdoch property sold for a lot less than they said it was going to sell for, okay? Moselle. Moselle sold for $2.6 million. That's like over $1 million less than they said it was going to sell, or did they say it was 3.7, I thought, but maybe it was 3.4. No, that was listed for 3.9. The South Carolina property where Alex murdered Maggie and Paul sold on Wednesday for $2.6 million. The sale of the estate will mostly be used to settle legal claims against Alex's surviving son, Buster. In addition to Maggie and Paul's estates, the legal claim against them stemmed from Paul's alleged drunk driving incident that killed Mallory Beach, age 19. The state reported that Moselle's new owners are listed as Jeffrey Godley, 43, and James Ayer, 49. While reports indicated that Moselle sold for $3.9 million, it sold for $2.6 million. One of the two owners confirmed the sale to the New York Post, and they said they are unsure what they will do with the property. The state reported that Buster will receive $530,000 from the sale of Moselle. Roughly $275,000 will go into a pool set aside for victims of Alex's various financial crimes. And then we have this Texas girl who's been missing for over a week. She vanished in red pajamas. She's 16. She reportedly vanished while wearing red pajamas. Derica Henderson was last seen in the 8600 block of Texas Acorn Avenue in Houston, going in an unknown direction. She was reported missing more than a week ago. She's described as a black female, 5'6", weighs 120 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. Anyone with information on her whereabouts is urged to contact the Houston Police Patrol at 713-884-3131 or the Missing Persons Division at 832-394-1840. Now there's some gruesome crime scene photos showing Stephen Smith laying in the road next to a trail of blood. I'm not going to show those on here. They are quite gruesome. The case has been reopened. It's being investigated as a homicide. The photos were shared with HBO Max last year as part of the docuseries about the family. They only add to the suspicion surrounding Stephen Smith's death. At first, police thought he had been shot. There was so much blood next to his body and the head wounds were so severe that responding officers immediately considered his death a homicide. We went through the paperwork that was released a few days ago in another video. There are no tire marks. There was no paint from a vehicle, no oil transfer. The phone didn't even fall out of his pocket. His shoes didn't come off of his feet, and they were just loosely on. When you have a body that's hit by a car traveling at 55 miles per hour, they're going to tumble down the road. So why aren't there spots down different areas in the road? All right, so here's something else with the school shooter. A high school friend of the school shooter was shocked to learn the outgoing girl she we heard that. That's the track one. But what else? Let's see. The friend recalled her faint memories with Hale at the Nashville School of the Arts from around 2011 to 2014. What she did was unforgivable, but when I knew her, she was a sweet and funny girl. When she came out as trans, female to male, no one was surprised. She really didn't fit the school shooter type. I don't know what would have happened to turn her into this person we see on the news. Everyone in my graduating class is losing it on Facebook. Really, no one would have seen this coming. Okay. The friend referred to Hale as her because she knew her as a female. Okay, so she's a female transitioning to a male, but then, I don't know, this is so strange. Friend added, I'd never defend anyone that would hurt a child, but it's really still hard to believe that she did this. I thought for sure it was a mistake. The whole situation is so surreal. She really did have a good group of friends, and she did a lot of projects and school activities. Not at all what you would expect from someone in this kind of news headline. Oh, here's finally a picture of the substitute teacher. With her daughter. Here's another illustration of the shooters. Eaton creates. And a drawing. And another. Get over there. Class participation. Somebody wrote, I guess on that alumni page, this is crazy, y'all. I'm sure all of us could say that Audrey we knew back in high school was so opposite from who they were this morning. It's tough to grasp if we even knew Audrey, you know? I know this is a shock to the NSA family. My heart breaks for those sweet families who lost loved ones this morning. This crazy. Okay. Let's see what else. go back to my thing here and we'll check once. Is this the first private school shooting? I think so, yeah. Hi, snow remover. Can you check for updates on finding that kid in the trailer? Scotty Morris. I haven't seen any updates about him, but I can check. Okay. Eaton police released an image of Scotty. Family members have begun to defend themselves as rumors of their alleged involvement in Scotty's disappearance swirl. So they say that some online sleuths pointed to a backpack and an emotional picture of the boy who wore a shirt that said, "I hurt my little brother and cheat," while others criticized his shaved haircut. Officials later said Scotty chose the buzz cut himself and did not provide any other details on his alleged escape. Now, members of the Morris family, including Scotty's aunt Melissa Morris May, have come to the defense of the teen's parents. The family did nothing wrong, and they are going through enough and don't need the negativity, she wrote on the Facebook page she created called Help Find My Nephew Scotty Morris. She thanked everyone who helped with the search and threatened that anyone who spread rumors about the family would be removed. Authorities ended their extensive searches on Tuesday after they issued a silver alert when Scotty was reported missing on March 17th, meaning that the boy could have been in extreme danger and may require medical assistance. After being found on Friday night, police noted that Scotty was brought to IU Health Ball Memorial Hospital ER to be checked out as a precaution. Before his discovery, Scotty's mother publicly called for her son's safe return. She told the Indianapolis ABC affiliate, "I love you and I want you to come home. I know that you're mad and confused." I don't see any, other things. Let's see. On March 24th, 2023, Scotty was located by a police officer at 10:58 p.m. on Hartford and Harris Street in Eaton, Indiana. Scotty was transported to the hospital, blah, blah, blah. The boy had been missing for 8 days and was listed as endangered and possibly needing medical care. It's possible an investigation will be opened into the circumstances of Scotty's disappearance, especially if the punishment shirt Scotty wore when he disappeared is an indication of abuse by his parents. And then I heard he was in CPS custody that was released and by the police. And let's see. I don't know. I don't see much else. Not much else at all. Okay. All right, let's see. The police are tight-lipped about this case. Yeah, I don't know. They're not saying much at all. I don't know, let me see something else here. You know, Andy Millions, I don't think you sent me that stuff. I didn't see it. I hope you will send me that stuff that you said. So what is this about now? So let's see. A tenacious amateur forensics investigator was into the Stephen Smith case way before anyone. Interest in Stephen Smith's case has been renewed since the double murder conviction of Alex Murdoch. Let's see, Shannon Becusen said she learned that Smith, a Brighton nursing school student from Hampton, South Carolina, led something of a double life that may have put him in danger, but believes that investigators dropped the ball when it came to finding out how he died. Police originally thought his death was a homicide, and at least one investigator thought he might have been murdered and then deliberately left in the road, but the 19-year-old's death was mysteriously ruled a hit and run. It was officially renamed a homicide by South Carolina law enforcement a little while ago, last month, I believe it was, earlier this month. From what I could see, the poor kid, the beautiful boy, died with his eyes open. He took his last breath right there on that road, said this woman who has a degree in crime scene technology. She's an amateur forensic investigator with a degree in crime scene technology at her Florida home with some Stephen Smith police files. No way was that a hit and run, it was a murder, and they covered it up by saying he was a hit by a truck mirror, she added. Okay, everybody knows that by now. Does she have anything of importance to say? No, not really at all. Because he knew bad things. Okay. Eric Bland, a Columbia, South Carolina attorney, is overseeing exhumation and autopsy of Stephen Smith. We see no evidence to suggest the victim was struck by a vehicle. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Eric Bland, who represents the children of the Murdoch housekeeper Gloria Satterfield, is now representing Sandy Smith, the deceased mother, as well. His firm is overseeing the planned exhumation of Smith's body. He hired two forensic pathologists, DeMichelle Dupree of Columbia, South Carolina, and Daniel Schultz of Tampa, Florida, as part of the team overseeing the exhumation and autopsy of Stephen's body. Bland said that finding foreign DNA on Stephen's body is not the ultimate goal. More evidence will be coming out from Stephen's phone and tablet. He said, we will be getting a picture of the life he led and who he dated before he died. He does believe Stephen was the victim of a hate crime. I think he was killed by someone who didn't want it to be known he was having a relationship with Stephen. I spoke to someone high at SLED recently, and he said they have 4 or 5 people they have their eye on. It was remarkable that he told me that. Okay. And then there was a Murdoch family member who was mysteriously buying up heirlooms on the auction. Christy Murdoch, Randy Murdoch's wife, Alex Murdoch's brother, took items from Liberty Auction in Pembroke, Georgia, the morning of March 23rd, ahead of the auction at 4 p.m. that same day. Previous report indicated a frenzied buying situation at the auction for the Murdoch items as people all over the South came forward to purchase items tied to the family at the center of the murder case. Now, if you didn't see my video before this, you'll see that a woman came there and bought several items. She bought cameras with SD cards that allegedly had hundreds of family photos on. Now, if you listen to my video, did she recover them? Did she know about them? There's a lot of conflicting statements in her report there. But either way, she has them, and she seems to be looking for the highest bidder. Among the items that Christy Murdoch collected were snakeskin print pillows featuring Maggie Murdoch's monogrammed initials, so she took those pillows. A video showed Christy Murdoch walking back and forth from a car, putting in items in the trunk. The auctioneer did not identify the items as belonging to Murdoch family by name, instead it's saying the items came from a prominent South Carolina estate. Let's see. And you have this one here. Now, we read about that Virginia mother that killed her kids. I heard her ex-husband yesterday that was convicted. Now, this one here. Justine M. Johnson, a 23-year-old mother in Michigan, will spend the rest of her life behind bars for killing her 3-year-old daughter, claiming she brutally stabbed the child to death on orders from the cartoon character SpongeBob SquarePants. Yeah, this is, you can't make this up. County Circuit Judge David C. Rifle ordered Justine M. Johnson to serve a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole for the 2021 murder of young Sutton Marie Moser, who was stabbed 17 times just 2 days after celebrating her 3rd birthday. Wow. Hold on 1 second here. Can't we just see this? Homicide, felony murder. Okay, I was just looking at some of these court records. Johnson last month pled guilty to 1 count each of first-degree felony murder, first-degree child abuse, and her daughter's September 16th, 2021 death. Additionally, the judge sentenced her to a maximum of 50 years on the child abuse charge to be served concurrent to the life sentence. Before being sentenced, Johnson addressed the court, telling the judge that she had been suffering from several mental health problems since adolescence and had been self-medicating with narcotics prior to killing her 3-year-old daughter. At the age of 13, I was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, bipolar, ADHD, anxiety, and depression, she said in the courtroom footage. I have been without mental medication for 1 year and had been abusing drugs that included meth and heroin. Johnson said that before killing her daughter, she had experienced hallucinations and could not remember her mother leaving the child in her custody, how long her daughter was with her, or any details about the little girl's death. She further claimed that she only learned of her daughter's death after police told her what she had done, saying that she had spent the subsequent 4 months experiencing more hallucinations before her medication began working. I want everyone to know that I am full of remorse and wish every day that I could trade places with my daughter. The convicted killer said that she pled guilty and accepted her sentence because she, like any mother, wanted to see her daughter's killers face consequences for their action. Any mother would want justice. I also want justice for Sutton, she said. If it was me who committed this murder, I expect to be punished as any person would be. It is what is fair for her. Johnson closed by saying that the media write about her daughter with the grace and respect she deserves, adding that I love you, Sutton Marie. The prosecutor, James A. Barcarella, addressed the court saying the crime scene was something he couldn't imagine seeing in over 30 years as an attorney. It was something truly insidious. It is difficult for me to imagine, first off, how anyone could murder a child, a toddler, a 3-year-old, but for its mother to murder it, just beyond what I can comprehend, Barcella said. Instead, her mother chose to stab her 17 times. I don't know how you can reconcile with that. I don't know how you can ever recover from that. I don't know a way a person could be reformed from that. The most vulnerable of lives was entrusted to this mother and then brutally murdered by her. According to the prosecutors, Johnson's brother was in her home at around 4 a.m. on Friday, September 17, 2021, when he came across a black garbage bag with a child's foot sticking out of it and immediately called 911. When police arrived, they recovered Sutton's body from the trash bag, but Johnson was nowhere to be found. I think I remember covering this case back then. After conducting a search, police reportedly found her 4.5 hours later at approximately 8:30 a.m. walking on railroad tracks in the township. Officers reportedly took her into custody and asked her several questions concerning the body of her deceased daughter. She allegedly responded by telling police she did not want to discuss the topic and was placed under arrest. During a preliminary hearing, CPS investigator Ryan Eberline testified that Johnson confessed to being at her mother's house in Oscoda Township on September 16th, where she and her daughter lived at the time. Johnson told Eberline that she went outside and fell asleep in a nearby graveyard, and when she woke, Johnson said she returned home and tried to kill herself before killing her daughter at the behest of SpongeBob. She told me she didn't remember the specifics of what happened at the time to Sutton, that she was experiencing hallucinations due to heroin withdrawal and not sleeping for approximately 2 weeks. Eberline reportedly said in court she was getting hallucinations from the TV that instructed her to take her daughter's life or they would kill her. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Now this is the woman that we talked about yesterday, Veronica Youngblood, who was convicted of killing her children to get back at her Navy pilot ex-husband. Veronica Youngblood murdered her daughters Brooklyn Youngblood 5 and Sharon Castro 15. She was convicted and was kicked out of court for lashing out during her sentencing hearing, saying, "No, no, no," she shouted on Thursday. Youngblood reportedly kept yelling even as the judge cleared the room. And one of the here's a sketch of them taking her out, and it was said a shocker just now in a Fairfax courtroom. Veronica Youngblood, the McLean mom just convicted of murdering her 5 and 15-year-old daughters, leaped up in the middle of the sentence and started screaming. She had to be wrestled out of court. Jurors in the Fairfax County convicted Youngblood Wednesday for 2 counts each of first-degree murder and felony firearm use. She fatally shot Brooklyn and Sharon on August 5th, 2018, at their apartment in the community of McLean, according to the Washington Post. Brooklyn was shot in the head and died at the scene. Sharon, despite suffering gunshot wounds to her chest and her back, she managed to call 911 and reveal that her mother shot her, and she died at a hospital. Prosecutors say that at the same time Sharon Castro was calling police, Youngblood left a message for her ex-husband, Ron Youngblood, telling him that she shot their children and that she hated him. The suspect, 33-year-old Veronica Youngblood, was found in Loudoun County after an acquaintance called police when Youngblood knocked on their door. Something else recently just happened in Loudoun County. According to prosecutors, she killed her children to get revenge on her ex, who was planning to move to Missouri with their younger daughter. This person wants to manipulate. This person wants to lie, ensue chaos, all for this person's personal gain, said prosecutor Claiborne Richardson. Ms. Youngblood is spiteful, selfish, vengeful, and calculated. Authorities say the defendant, Youngblood, purchased the gun 9 days before the murders, intending to use it on her daughter. She gave them sleeping pill gummies before the incident. She pled not guilty by reason of insanity. The defense brought up allegations that relatives subjected her to physical, even sexual abuse when she was growing up in Argentina. Pregnant at the age of 16, she ended up going into sex work to take care of her younger sister and raise Sharon. The defense reported that she met Ron Youngblood through sex work, and the couple married in 2009. Brooklyn was born in 2012. Veronica testified about her experience surviving poverty and abuse. Her sister, Maria Kakzuba, testified about her practicing a religion called Mbanda, whose believers thought they could communicate with the dead. I don't live in a world where there is black or white, said the public defender Dawn Budarak. I live in a world where there are lots of shades of gray, and that's what we're seeing here. Ron, who had deployed overseas during the relationship, sat in court Thursday as Veronica testified and blamed him for their daughter's death. "Why did you leave me?" she called out to him. The media described the man as stoic. "Why did you leave me alone with the girls? None of this would have happened." Ron Youngblood testified about the pain he experienced losing his daughters. He spoke of the memorials he built for them in Chantilly, Virginia, and his Missouri hometown, both of which carry the same inscription. "Children are true miracles," the memorials say. Jurors were set to continue deliberating her sentence on Monday. They must decide between a sentence of 20 years to life. And then she was sentenced to life, and then she was taken out of the courtroom. Okay. Well, though we heard about something like this happening before. Hold on. Come on. Get over there. Severed human foot was found inside a shoe on Saturday at a beach in New Zealand. Police say they conducted a land and water search on the beach but found nothing else. Feet and sneakers have been washing up on beaches in Canada and the U.S. in recent years. I knew we heard about this. Excuse me. Hold on a minute. Sneeze again. Okay, thank you. The New Zealand police are investigating The shoe that washed up on the beach with a human foot still inside it. The shoe was found by a person who was walking on Petone Beach in the Wellington area on Saturday morning, Detective Senior Sergeant Steve Williamson said. Police completed a land and water search around the area the shoe was located in. Nothing further was located. Police are not treating the investigation as a homicide, and they are still conducting early-stage probes and fact-finding. Residents said they were stunned by the discovery. We bring our kids down here, said a woman who was interviewed at the beach. You're not sure if you're going to find the other one. Well, yeah, guess not. We usually go for a beach walk every day. For some reason, we didn't this morning, said another man. More than a dozen human feet have washed up in the Canadian province of British Columbia and the state of Washington since 2007. Many of them were found inside sneakers, like a Nike running shoe found in West Vancouver. Feet tend to wash up on beaches because they're often severed when ocean floor scavengers feed on human corpses. When a human corpse falls to the ocean floor, it quickly is set upon by scavengers. These scavengers are lazy feeders and prefer to tackle the softer parts of the human body. When the sea creatures chew on tissues and ligaments around the ankles, the body's feet become detached and are buoyed to the surface by the sneakers attached to them. These feet might be bobbing to the surface more often because of changes in the way the sneakers are designed. Over the last few decades, shoes have become more buoyant, and as a result, we could be seeing more severed feet wash up on our shores. That's crazy. Okay, let's see what else we've got here. Okay, let's see what this is about. The latest travel threat that CDC is warning about. So, whether you're a person that runs around with wipes and hand sanitizer, or you just leave it in God's hands and go about your business, whether you hope for the best or clean every surface as much as possible, the CDC has a travel guideline, and there's a new gross reason that will make you rethink your vacation plans, or at least be more vigilant about washing your hands. The CDC travel advisory, there is a CDC travel advisory for a drug-resistant bacteria called XDR Shigella. And no, it's not as fun as to have it as it is to say it. Shigellosis cases have been tracked at a growing rate, and it's alarming to the CDC. In 2022, the total reported cases of the drug-resistant kind was 5%, and while that might seem low, the scary part is that you only have to go back to 2015 to see those cases at 0%. So what is it? It's an acute enteric infection that usually goes after little kids under 4 years old, but one worrisome part is that now it's jumping to certain groups of adults, and it's spreading fast. What are the symptoms? They're diarrhea, possible inflammatory and bloody diarrhea, stomach cramps, and fever. Why is it so bad? It spreads quickly, touching contaminated surfaces, and then your face spreads it, eating contaminated food, sexual contact with someone infected through fecal means like changing the diaper of an infected child, or caring for someone infected. It's drug resistant. Out of the 450,000 reported cases of this bacteria, 77,000 cases of the infection were the drug-resistant kind. You have to play the waiting game with this one to get better, and we all know how miserable it is to do that. If you haven't loaded up your car, home, and office with hand sanitizer, you better catch up. Wash your hands. The main way to keep yourself and others healthy is to wash your hands. Proper washing before and after doing activities. Don't touch your face while doing activities is the name of the game. Soap and water. People, soap and water. Let's see. Stay away from tap water if you're traveling. Don't drink any unpasteurized milk. Say no to ice in your drinks. Skip any uncooked veggies and fruits. And don't eat the food of food vendors, street food vendors. As with any illness, if you feel yourself getting worse and you aren't improving, or the symptoms of this one, especially the bloody diarrhea, last longer than 3 days, see a doctor. Oh, here's the thing about the Delaware River. Because officials believe 8,100 gallons of a water-soluble acrylic polymer solution poured into the tributary of the Delaware River after a pipe burst at a facility in Bristol this past weekend. The company responsible for the chemical spill is Trinseo. They said the latex emulsion product that spilled into the river was approximately 50% water and the remainder latex polymer. According to the company, the latex emulsion is a white liquid that is used in various consumer goods. The company said the chemical has a pigmentation that makes the water-soluble material visible in surface water. So far, officials have said there have been no traces of this chemical in the city's water supply. But Charles Haas, a professor of environmental engineering at Drexel University, said that it might be some time before anyone can be sure that the chemical has been completely removed from the river because the emulsion is water soluble. How much actually got into the Delaware River itself is unclear, but I looked up the flow of the river, said Haas. The low flow in the Delaware over the last week is 4 million gallons a minute, so 8,000 gallons in the spill max versus 4 million gallons a minute. You have a tremendous amount of potential for dilution. However, Haas said the city is fortunate because the water system uses a raw water basin, which can help protect residents from contaminants like this from ending up in their tap water. It's a storage basin, a big bathtub that can hold maybe 1 or 2 days of the flow. So if an incident occurs in the water, it can shut off intake from the river and draw down what's been accumulated. However, if local residents are concerned there could be trace amounts of the chemical in the drinking water, Haas said there's not much you can do to protect yourself. Boiling water won't remove the latex emulsion. Commercial water purifiers like Brita filters are not powerful enough to pull the chemical from the water. Still, city officials on Monday evening claim the water is currently safe to drink, cook with, and bathe in, at least through Tuesday afternoon. All right. Hi, Julie W. Let's see. see here. Okay, so somebody, let me see something. Somebody said someone named Beth Potter, 52, and her husband, Robin Carey, 57, were both found shot and left for dead in a ditch on the chilly morning of March 31st. On March 31st of 2020, at 6:28 a.m., Madison police were dispatched to the UW Arboretum in reference to a report from two joggers that they had stumbled across what appeared to be two human bodies covered in blood lying off of the roadway. When police arrived, they met with a horrifying scene. Let's see, here's the criminal complaint. Let's see what this is like. This is state of Wisconsin. This is, let's see this. Hold on, let's see what else we have. Beth and Robin were found, it almost sounds like that doctor and her husband that were murdered by the daughter, remember? Were found off the roadside surrounded by pools of blood and shell casings, indicating that the crime had occurred at the site. Prosecutors would later describe the murders as execution style, calculated, cold-blooded, and senseless. It was only 30 degrees that morning, but Beth was found in only her socks and pajamas, and Robin was discovered lying face down. Yeah, this sounds like that. Wait a minute. This is that. Yes, this is that case. Oh, wow, this is that case. That was the case. That was the doctor, Beth Porter, was a family medicine physician and an associate professor at the University of Wisconsin-Madison and the director of Employment Health Services for UW Health. She would later be pronounced dead at the very hospital she was affiliated with. Her husband, Robin, had a PhD in European history and was an educator and coaching director at the Regent Soccer Club. Both Beth and Robin were beloved members of the community and were described as having a reputation of being generous and extremely kind. Beth and Robin had 3 children, including their adopted daughter, Miriam Potter-Carey. Before the murders of Beth and Robin took place, Miriam had been dating one of her fellow classmates, Kahari Sanford. They began dating in 2019. Kahari came from a challenging background. He had experienced homelessness, significant childhood trauma, conflicts with his previous foster parents, and had attempted suicide on several occasions preceding the murders. According to court documents and interviews, Kahari and Miriam also had an extremely turbulent relationship and were frequently in conflict with Miriam's parents, Beth and Robin. Miriam testified that Kahari had told her he felt like a slave living under the rules set by Miriam's parents. On the stand, Miriam told the court that as their relationship progressed, her parents had become increasingly concerned that the relationship was negatively impacting Miriam's mental health, grades. Miriam read a text exchange between them where they both expressed their annoyance with Miriam's parents' white savior complex, to which Kahari responded via text that it was cool because they were going to die. Miriam claimed that she did not take that statement literally because Kahari had a pattern of using violent language when he was upset. Shortly before school was canceled due to COVID in March of 2020, a classmate came forward with information regarding a conversation he overheard Miriam and Kahari having in a ceramics class. The witness stated that he overheard them discussing how they could get money and that Miriam told Kahari that her parents had bands of money. A forensic search also extracted a photo from Miriam's phone that showed Kahari pointing a Glock handgun at the lens, which was sent to Miriam during November of 2019. Up until approximately 2 weeks before the murders, Beth and Robin had allowed Kahari to reside at their home with them. Friction quickly ensued due to Potter-Carey's house rules, such as curfews and restrictions on sleeping in the same room. Miriam testified that Kahari rarely interacted with her parents and that he would sometimes even refuse to respond when they greeted him. Tension between the couple and Miriam's parents further escalated due to the onset of COVID-19 pandemic. According to one of Beth's colleagues, Beth was among the high-risk population for COVID due to her medications. The complaint stated that Beth had told a colleague just before the murder that she was extremely frustrated and stressed because Miriam and Kahari were failing to abide by the COVID protocols such as quarantining and social distancing. Conflict over the household rules in conjunction with COVID guidelines prompted Beth and Robin to rent an Airbnb for Miriam and Kahari to move into until they could find permanent housing. The Airbnb had been rented just 2 weeks prior to their deaths. The night of March 30th, according to Miriam's testimony, she was granted immunity. On the night of March 30th, Miriam and Kahari were watching The Hangover 2 at their Airbnb. At around 10:15 p.m., Kahari told Miriam that he was going to borrow and drive Robin's white van to a pawn shop. Around 11 p.m., Miriam began to send Kahari numerous texts and calls, but was unable to reach him. Phone records revealed that she texted Kahari, "At least bring back the car and have someone get you from here. I don't feel safe here." And then minutes later, "Why would you put me in this position?" Kahari never responded to Miriam's efforts to get a hold of him, but returned later around midnight with a friend, Aljah LaRue, who Miriam claimed she didn't know well. Her cell site data recorded that Kahari's phone was back at their Airbnb at 12:10 a.m. When Miriam asked them where they had been, neither one told her where they had been or what they had been doing. Kahari and Aljah would both be arrested days later for the murders of Miriam's parents. The next morning, Kahari and Miriam woke up at about 11 a.m. and Kahari suggested to Miriam that they drive to the Arbitrary to smoke. When they arrived, police were everywhere, and Miriam testified that when she first heard the news of the discovered bodies and relayed this to Kahari, he responded with, "That's crazy." Later that evening, Miriam would discover that the bodies in the news belonged to her parents, and she stated that she ceased all communications with Kahari from that day forward. Kahari and Aljah were both arrested in early April 2020 by the Madison police in connection with the murders of Beth Potter and Robin Carey, and were subsequently charged on April 16, 2022. Investigation following the murders revealed through the surveillance footage and cell phone data that the white van loaned to Miriam and Kahari by her parents was driven by Kahari on March 30th, had visited both Beth and Robin's residence as well as the Arbitrary on the night of the murders. Further analysis revealed that Kahari's friend Aljah's phone records were consistent with the coordinates of Kahari and the van. During Kahari's trial, which began on May 17, 2022, Aljah told the court that he had known Kahari since middle school and that although he was present the night of the crime, he had no knowledge of Kahari's plan to kidnap and kill Beth and Robin. According to Aljah's testimony throughout the trial, on the night of March 30th, Kahari had contacted Aljah asking him to hang out. Aljah stated that on March 30th, the white van was parked outside Beth and Robin's residence and that Kahari had directed Aljah to get into the van immediately. Aljah stated that while in the van, he watched as Kahari entered the Potter-Carey home, returning shortly with Beth and Robin. Aljah stated that Kahari followed closely behind the couple with a gun pointed at their backs. Aljah remembered being frightened and that Kahari had aggressively demanded that he drive the vehicle to the arboretum. So then Aljah followed Kahari's instructions and drove Kahari, Beth, and Robin there. Elijah claimed that after they arrived there, Kahari quickly exited the vehicle with Beth and Robin. He further recounted that he heard Kahari tell the couple to look over their shoulder to see what was happening, which was followed by a series of gunshots. Elijah told the court that Robin was shot before Beth, and Beth and Robin had been shot. After Beth and Robin had been shot, Kahari allegedly demanded that Elijah drive them back to the Airbnb. Beth and Robin were left behind in the ditch. The prosecution argued that on March 30th, Kahari and Elijah had entered the Potter-Carey residence. They had kidnapped the couple at gunpoint, forced them into the van. The van was then driven to the Arboretum where Beth and Robin were both shot in the head and abandoned. Further, after Robin was pronounced dead at the scene the following morning on March 31st, Beth had managed to survive until 8 a.m. Prosecutor Brown made note of this in his opening statement, telling the jury that Beth had died the next morning in the hospital after remaining alive in the ditch throughout the night next to her dead husband. Footage recovered near the Airbnb also captured Kahari and Elijah returning to the Airbnb on the night of March 30th and discarding evidence into the woods nearby, such as mail that was addressed to Beth and a broken cell phone. Elijah further testified that both he and Kahari had used baby wipes to clean the inside of the van after Beth and Robin had been shot. On April 4th, another witness came forward informing officers that he had overheard a phone call between Kahari and Elijah on March 31st. The witness claimed that after Kahari learned that one of the victims was still possibly alive, he told Elijah, "I swear I hit them. How did they survive?" Kahari also allegedly told witnesses that he had shot both victims in the back of the head and that Elijah had been present during the shooting. Additional surveillance video was produced during trial that captured Kahari on an ATM using the victims' debit cards days after the murders. The footage showed Kahari attempting but failing to withdraw several denominations of $300 because he didn't have the card's PIN number. Digital forensics analyzed on Kahari's phone during the night of the murders and shortly after them. Phone records showed that Kahari had searched up the address of Beth and Robin's residence using McDonald's Wi-Fi and that his phone had been connected to the Potter-Carey home Wi-Fi not long after. Following the days after the murders, Kahari's phone browser history contains searches such as how long does it take to know who died and how long does it take to die. Data also showed that Kahari's Find My Phone feature had been disabled following the murder and that a police traffic scanner was downloaded and then quickly deleted from the phone at 4:08 a.m. on March 31st. Kahari Sanford was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide in May of 2022. Kahari was sentenced to 2 life sentences without the opportunity for parole, and his accomplice, Elijah LaRue, pled guilty to 2 counts of felony murder kidnapping as a party to a crime. Elijah was sentenced to 8 years, followed by 10 years of supervised release. Both Kahari and Elijah expressed their regret in court for the roles they played in the deaths of Beth and Robin. Kahari told the court, "Potter and Carey saw my potential. They accepted my adversities and took me in. So that was me in the home of Beth and Robin with mental health issues, not communicating very well, smoking weed, disobeying rules, and procrastinating way too much about my future because I was too frantically in love to care." Elijah expressed remorse as well, saying, 30 months later, I still don't know why this took place. I blame myself every night for not calling police. Although Miriam was never charged in connection with the death of her parents, an attorney for the estate of Potter-Carey have filed a petition requesting that Miriam be excluded from any inheritance contained in the deceased's wills. Beth and Robin are survived by their 3 children, Jonah, Ezra, and Miriam. Okay, hold on a second now. These are... let's see. So where the freak is Miriam today, huh? I wonder if they ever got... Someone said, this happened in my old neighborhood. I went out for a walk the morning they discovered the bodies and turned around the second I saw the law enforcement vehicles. Absolutely wild how Miriam got immunity given the dynamic between her, the parents, and the killers. Let's see, I wonder, someone said, does anyone know how old she was when adopted? So they said the daughter of homicide victims, Dr. Beth Porter and Robin Carey, will have to fight to receive her inheritance, even though she's included as a beneficiary in the victims' wills. An attorney for the family friend, acting as representative for the estate of Potter and Carey in Dane County Probate Court, filed a petition asking that Miriam Carey be excluded from benefits of the estate. Miriam was complicit and participated in a plan to rob her parents, which led to the senseless killing and tragic murders, said David Renicky. Miriam Carey was Kahari Sanford's girlfriend. When Sanford fatally shot Porter and Carey in March of 2020, though Sanford was tried and found guilty by a jury earlier this month, Miriam Carey was never prosecuted. She received immunity for her trial testimony. During trial, Deputy District Attorney William Brown said Carey had no idea, absolutely no idea, about the plans to kill. But Reineke states court records show Miriam Carey spoke of her parents' bands of money along with Sanford. Carey was estranged from her parents after they asked the couple to leave their home due to the friction over the COVID-19 safety practices and other issues. Carey and Sanford were living in a unit subsidized by her parents using their van when Sanford killed them. There's no evidence to suggest that she knew Sanford intended to harm her parents. Reineke declined comment. Let's see. Carey's attorney, Marcus Berghan, has yet to respond. Okay, Reineke is asking a jury trial in probate court. There will be different rules of procedure. Let's see what happened. Where's a picture of this Miriam Carey? I was intrigued by this case. It's horrible. Miriam Carey, where are you? And what are you doing today? Come on, get over there, Miriam. I wonder. How old she was, yeah. Let's see. parents got them a $600,000 Airbnb that they had been living in. Miriam said she loved her boyfriend and was extremely loyal to him. That's great. Where are you now? Let's see. That was weird. I just heard a weird sound. It's like, oh, I don't know who made that sound. It was really weird. So I wonder if they won that thing about the inheritance. Let's see. There's something from the Minnesota Life Insurance Company et al. Versus Miriam. Over here. In a docket, let's see. Daughter, Connie Sanford felt like a slave. May 18th. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we just put in inheritance there. Probate petition status. Okay. Inheritance tied up in murder case arguments. February 17th of 2023. What is this about? Still going on? It says Miriam Carey was not charged for the murders of Dr. Beth Potter and Robin Carey, but a petition in probate court seeks to hold her accountable. So this is still going on as of last month. Saying here. Yeah, I don't know. They're still, I guess, fighting over that. Dr. Beth Porter and husband murdered. Okay. No. So that was interesting. Not so. Okay. LMNW, good night. Let's see something here. I don't know if you followed that. Thank you, Snow Remover. I'll check that out. Interesting. Thank you. Okay. So let's see here. Okay. See if there's anything new about this shooter that's surfacing, all right? Getting cold. Maybe that was the dogs that I heard. Let's try this. Seeing anything there? Let's try this. Okay, so let's see if anything changed about the suspect. Police identified suspect as 28-year-old Audrey Hill. Got that 2 officers entered the school building and went towards the sounds of gunfire. They engaged the shooter, resulting in fatal injuries. Drake said Hale had drawn detailed maps of the school, including surveillance and entry points. We know and believe entry was gained through shooting through one of the doors. Officers seized evidence, including a sawed-off shotgun and a second shotgun, in the search of the suspect's home. That's new. We have a manifesto. We have some writings that we're going over that pertain to this date. The police chief said we have a map drawn out of how this was all going to take place. In response to a reporter's question, police confirmed Hale identified as transgender, but provided no further details at the press conference. Police later said Hale was a biological female, but had a social media account with male pronouns. Okay. Okay, so I think that we have all that. And let's see. Anything else in here? Nightbot's going crazy in here. So, is there anything else that anyone saw? Okay, I'm going to go again through the beginning of what I said. We are having a Patreon karaoke. That's probably going to be on Thursday. If you go to the community post, you'll see the post. It's not going to be on YouTube. It's not going to be recorded on YouTube. It's not going to be released on YouTube or any other place. It's going to be live through a Zoom, and you're either there or be square like the YouTube. That's it. So that's going to be one of the perks. If you want to come and do the karaoke, you can pick out whatever song you want to sing and sing your song, or just listen to others sing. That is going to be Thursday at this point. I just have to get the time. It's going to be in the evening. The other thing is, what was the other thing? I don't know. That's one of the things there. So if you want to join us with that, you're welcome to do so. And Patreon is a great way to support the channel. And it helps with the cost of the channel, getting programs and stuff that are there, and it helps support the channel, helps support what we do here. So if you're interested, check that out. It's on the community post, or you could just go through the link that Nightbot just posted. But that's that, and what else did I have to say? And then we're going to do some other stuff with members, but members already get a lot of perks, and we're going to continue. We're going to go back to our book readings. We may go to Patreon Zooms only. So instead of like 24-hour Zooms for members and Patreons, it may go to 3 days of the week for members, 2 days for Patreons. And if you're a member of both, you would be invited to both. If you're not then you wouldn't be. And that's going to allow us to do some of the book readings and things during the afternoon when these when these Zooms are going on. So it's so I don't have to kick everybody out and say, okay, we need this one, so that it can just be that way. And that's probably the way it's going to go. And then when we go on vacation, there will probably be different activities and videos that are open to members or Patreons. You sent me something, Carolyn? Let me see. I saw this. I just saw this. I just saw this, and I wasn't sure if it was, I just saw this on one of those rag sites. And I said, well, let me see if that's true, whatever. So yeah, there was a, okay, so I get you're sending me a more legit story here. So we have, let's see, there is in Glynn County, Georgia, Trenton, Lure Camp, and Ahmaud Arbery are two tragedies that never should have happened. 19-year-old Lure Camp was with a group of teens when he was reportedly forced to drink an excessive amount of alcohol and other substances. A photo of him on social media shows what appears to be him, unconscious and covered in spray paint. There is a video of a separate incident of the teen being tortured prior to last week, according to the Glynn County Police. He's sitting there with his head down, being sprayed with water, and no one steps in to stop it. Monday night, a crowd packed at the hospital where he is fighting for his life. They're saying that he shouldn't be up there. They're questioning why this happened and why it took so long for people to hear about this and why people who did this have not been arrested. No arrests have been made, and we don't want this to be 74 more days. Theowanza Brooks is the rally organizer and the aunt of Ahmaud Arbery, saying that that's how long it took to get a law enforcement to act in his case. Raise your hand if you're a father, brother. Raise your hand if you're a brother and uncle, with candles burning and signs that read, Justice for Trent. This thing about Brunswick and Glynn County, even though we've had things come to light, they come to light and wake us up. People wanted Trent to know he is not alone. One person at the prayer vigil said, I have kids, I have grandkids, and if it happened to my child, I would want someone to give support and account for what happened. He's like the nicest, sweetest kid. For this to happen to him, after everything he's been through, is the worst thing imaginable, said another. There is another demonstration planned for the team this weekend. The police department is working with the GBI on investigation. Anyone with information is asked to contact the department at 912-554-7800 or through the Silent Witness program at 912-264-1333. You can also email 911silentwitness at glyncounty-ga.gov. And yeah, I just saw that. That's sad. I didn't know. What's his condition? I hope he's okay. It's very, very sad. Let's see if I can get. Oh no, he died, right? Did he die? Why are they saying he was? No, he died. Oh, he died. That's what I thought. They're saying he died. Is that true? Because you just said. Is this a real obituary? You have to question everything now. Here it says left fighting for his life. ICU after alleged hazing incident. Okay, so here it's saying he was tortured and humiliated. Some are saying he was autistic. This is a photo that was there. Owen said Lerkamp, who is not on the spectrum, despite what some news outlets have reported, was living with depression and believes he was looking for friends. He said he hoped those involved would be charged and fully prosecuted. So, Glynn County has a history of corruption. It starts at the top and works its way down. Why did someone put there was an obituary? Now he has died. March 27th. Community mourn as no arrest has been made after Glenn Academy students forced 19-year-old on autism. Now here, this news says autism spectrum, and they said he's not. There's so much misinformation. I don't know what is true and what's not. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. This is so conflicting. What is the truth? See, that's the reason I was like, I didn't know, because there's very few real news sources that are reporting on this. Okay, here's one now. March 27th. 19-year-old Lerkamp was with a group of teens when he was reportedly forced to drink. Okay, there is a video of this. This is, okay, this one says he's fighting for his life. Why? Left fighting for his life. Atlanta slowly recovers in an ICU bed 7 hours ago. I don't know. I think some people are trying to say he died and they're posting GoFundMe's or something. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I hope he's still alive, and I hope he recovers fully. It's horrible. I don't know what the heck is going on. Let me see if you guys know what's going on. I don't think he passed. He's still on event. Hi, Shayna. Yeah, there's articles. I hope he's okay. I hope he recovers. Why did they do that to him? Hazing. Some of them are saying hazing, and Yes, they forced him to drink alcohol and other things. And then then he was unconscious and they spray painted him, and I don't know. Crazy, crazy, crazy world. And supposed mushrooms, yeah. Yeah, yes. It's terrible. I don't understand that, but let's see. Okay, our new Patreons today are Special Needs Mom. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. We have a new thing. Hold on a minute. Maria's going to announce the new Patreons today. Here, Maria. Got that? You got it? The new Patreons are Special Needs Mom. Welcome. Chris Ree, 77. Welcome. Margot, March 16th. Linda, March 16th. Emily Casto, March 16th. L. Cass, March 15th. Janae Ann, March 15th. Is that? I think that might be it. Let's see. Yes, that's good. That's great. Yeah, that's all. Okay, thank you to the new Patreons. Special Needs Mom, Christy, Margot, Linda, Emily Casto, Elle, and Janae. All right, all right, one second. I just have to take care of something. Whoops, Maria. All right. No, that was fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. You're fine. Don't worry. Okay, so let's see. No, Scooter's been a Patreon. These are just the new Patreons. Hi, 61. Scooter's been a Patreon. Okay, let me see now. I have to go to, let's look at the top chatters. All right, and Deborah Van Couverden is still the top chatter. Kevin Leonard is number 2. Special Needs Mom is number 3. Ann Rose is number 4. Elle is number 5. High 61 is 6. Stace on the case is 7. 8 is Margot. 9 is Chris Ree. 10 is Bucky Ann's Creations. 11 is High Speed Drifter. 12 is Barb Olson. Nicole Griffith is 13. 14 is Lisa L. Rough and Ready is 15. LMNW is 16. Linda 17. Janae Ann 18. Emmy 19. 2 Scooter 20. Sassy Darcy 21. The Rototilla Calf is 22. Lil Lady is 23. Liz Tops is 24. And Jeannie's Talking About Life is number 25. Okay. There. I'm still in 6th place. Wow, nice. Okay. Oh, I mean she's not here in chat. No, she's not here in chat. Right? Scooter, where are you? Could we get some more likes on this video, please? That would be very helpful. If you guys could get some more likes out. One. Okay. Well, 2. Only 2 people forgot to hit the likes. I already did. We got 3 more. Sassy, done. Thank you, Sassy. Should be more than that. Should be way more than that. Way, way more. I have a question. I'm going to put up a poll. I'm wondering something. So yeah, I'm really interested to know the difference, to know the truth on this, to see what this is. Because I think, contrary to whatever this is going to say, which I think it's going to say, like, no. No, don't say duh, Sassy Darcy, because it's pretty evident that people like that. They do. They like it. And I think it's something psychological. I really do. I think it's, if you think you can't be somewhere, you want to be there. And if someone tells you you're not going to be there, you want to be there. And if someone's going to flip out, maybe, plenty of people do, Sassy Darcy. Plenty of people stay in chats where the creator goes like this. What's that you said, Sassy Darcy? That's a stupid question. You're a moron. You're an absolute idiot. I'm not even talking about that. You're so stupid. You don't believe me, Sassy Darcy? They do. Okay? They do. And they support creators like that extensively. And I'm coming to believe that has to be a part of YouTube that wants to be in a chat like that. That wants to be in a chat where someone like throws down the microphone and says, I've had enough of this crap. I don't need this. If anybody's talking about anything other than that person is talking about, they throw an absolute fit. But Bucky Ann, there's plenty of people going to those channels. So you have to think that somehow people like that. And just look at this. There's 4% here that like that. 4% who voted like that. It's up there. It's up on top. You've had it happen to you. I went to one person's live chat. I asked a simple question about a murder case and I got blocked. I don't know. Some people obviously like it. They do. That's why you're here and not there, Julie, but there's plenty that are there and liking it, and more than liking it, supporting it. So I don't understand. And then the creator who blocked me started talking trash about me. Yeah, there's whole Reddits. There's whole Reddits on these creators where they clip their flip outs every single night. Okay? And it's, oh, this creator is spiraling down. This creator went off on this one. This creator threw a temper tantrum, threw their headphones down. They don't like that. They must enjoy the drama. 100%. 100% they like it. See? 10% like it. Look at that. Look at that poll. 10% like it. I had never been on this guy's channel. Yeah. I think some people like to listen to other people get bashed, but when it comes to themselves, no. Many are bullies themselves. Yeah, they just like the drama and being treated that way and not being treated that way as a human. So yeah, so that when all the people come in and they go, I don't like the drama. I don't want the drama. They want it. They truly want it. Because there used to be some person in here all the time that would, whenever you would go to say anything, whatever it was, they would say, oh gosh, I hate the drama. But then you would find that very same person on all of the drama channels. And I called that person out. I did, because that person was a liar. Okay? That person was an absolute liar. And I found out why that person said that. But don't insult my intelligence and tell me you don't like the drama when you're on every freaking drama channel there is. Maybe they like hearing others get bullied. Sick. I don't know. Yes, they do, Carolyn. They love the drama. They do. So why do they lie about it, Pudding? Why do they lie about it? They like to go to the Jerry Springer show. Then just say that. They don't. They're liars. I just can't stand liars. Yes, that's right, Sassy, it is. For a year, they told me they didn't like the drama. Until I called them out. I mean, I don't like to be lied to. I don't like it either, Bucky Ann. I hate conflict. But I hate when someone lies to me. And when someone lies to me, I know they're lying to me. And I'll be like, oh yeah, okay, but I know you're lying to me. And this one person continued to lie to me for about a year. Whatever. See, look. Look at that poll. 13% like that. It's crazy. I tell you, it's crazy. Yeah, 14% like that. No, this is about themselves, Julie. This poll is about themselves. They like that. You just got the internet back. What happened? How did you lose it? %16% like that. It says, do you prefer creators who call you names and berate you? 16% yes. It's about if people want to be in chats where the creators call them out, berate them and call them names, and 16% said yes, they like that. Eva? Draven. Hello. They may be people not in chat. Maybe. Maybe they are here. And that's only 43 voting at 140. Yeah. And what happened today in Nashville is a good example of the result of someone that was probably bullied. Sharon says they must be kidding, I hope. I don't know. I don't think so. I really don't think so. Barb says, look how popular the Jerry. Yeah, my son went to the Jerry Springer show. I like drama, but not when it's hurting someone I care about. I do like reality TV type drama. I know what the poll said. I also know people pay creators, and I also know the polls that people create that shame people. Fact. Oh, and pay them quite handsomely. Yeah. They're not kidding, Sassy. They really aren't. No, I don't know. It's a weird world, and the people that like watching people getting yelled at and all the drama are part of the problem on YouTube. Just my opinion. There's a lot of mentally ill people on YouTube too. There's a lot of borderline personality disorder, a lot of borderline personality disorder. You can get an email. If you do not respond to an email exactly the way you should when this person thinks that you should respond to it, especially if this person has ever in their life given you a super chat, these people with this borderline personality disorder, let me tell you something. Once they start demanding answers from you, and yes, I've had people demand answers from me. Once they start going off in a chat saying, you didn't answer my email, and I can't believe you, and you're biting the hand that feeds you. This is all real stuff. And all of that, okay? That's when you should just cut it off with them. But see, I didn't learn this right away. I tried to say, okay, well, maybe this person's having a bad day, and that's the worst thing, because I've talked to my grief counselor about this, because we talk about things that affect me, and like stuff on YouTube, and I've read to her some of these emails from people, and she has said there's a lot of mental illness there, and the worst thing you can do, like if you have someone that is going like, oh, well, that's fine, then I'm gone. And then if you go chase that person and say, oh, no, don't go, I'm so sorry, what happened? Once you do that to them, they will never stop doing that because they love the chase. And so many times when somebody turns out to be really horrible, you can go back to their emails, because I can't read a lot of emails. And almost every time when someone's turned out to do some really underhanded stuff, I've gone back to the emails, and the emails that I didn't read tell you who that person is. So, yeah, if you're a new creator, don't run after people. And it's just, yeah, there's just so many types of mental illness on YouTube, but a lot of borderline personality. Yeah, I'm slowly learning it. I've tried to think that, oh, that person's okay, or yeah, they're just having a bad day, I'm sure. They didn't mean to say that. A lot of the drama happens here on YouTube turns into harassment and bullying. Yes, because then these people, with a lot of them with borderline personality disorders, like, I hate you, don't leave me. And then so when they tell you, I hate you, blah, 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 but they really don't want to leave, and then you don't go after them, the next thing they do is go hate bond with a bunch of people and tell a bunch of lies about you that you shouldn't respond to, because if you respond to them, they'll continue. If you don't respond to them, they'll continue. It never stops. But yeah, there's a lot of mental illness here, and I think a lot of these mentally ill people, I think they like to be in chats like that, and it's sad, but it's definitely true. It's definitely true. Who's watching, Hal? Who's watching? A lot are narcissists. Yeah, narcissists. A lot of mentally ill people on YouTube. Always the same revolving door. Yeah, but I don't chase anymore. I don't go after. I mean, if someone is genuinely hurt with something and they need, yeah, but those personality types that just start crap for no reason, but to see, like, it's like those people that pretend they died just to see how much people cared about them. Yeah. You can't move now? Yeah, just a lot of interesting types. I really do think I'm going to write a book with some of these emails and some of the different personality types and stuff like that. Because of all the abuse, at least I'll turn it into something positive and maybe help some other creators to recognize this. Because I've heard the same thing from other creators. I've heard the same thing where they were once responding to these emails, but they're like, you could say one wrong word in an email, and then the person goes for, it's such a thin line between, and these people, they either love you like crazy or they hate you. There's no in between. They love you or they hate you. And they'll go from loving you to hating you in just a heartbeat. They can't move on. Exactly, Pudding. Who dies? People have faked their deaths, Draven. Yes, as long as I've been on YouTube, multiple people have faked their deaths. Yes, to see how people would care about them. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. Yeah, him and remember Montana Sky? There's a lot of really, really crazy stuff. Some almost brag about their mental disabilities. Yeah. There's crazy things. Oh yeah, people have faked their deaths on YouTube here. And remember Fabric Queen? Yeah, I mean, that was completely nuts. There's a lot of crazy stuff that has gone on beyond J-Bells, beyond the imposter. That was entirely just insanity. But people that have come on and fake their deaths just to see how much people would care if they died. So they come in for a few months and they tell you they don't have long to live. They have something wrong with their heart. They have something on. And then one day somebody comes on that says, hi, I'm so-and-so's nephew, or I'm so-and-so's niece. They just had a heart attack today, or they had this and they're in the hospital. It's touch and go. We don't know if they're going to make it. Can you please say prayers? And then, you come to the community and you say, so-and-so is this way, and everybody's praying and upset, and then they're going through another surgery and another surgery, and then suddenly they're gone. But then, oh wait, they wanted you to have this email from them, and this email says something like, oh, on YouTube, you are the most sweet creator that they love, and you're like, oh my gosh. And then pretty soon people are saying, no, it was fake. That person was fake. They didn't die. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's not. Some of the stuff that has happened is crazy. And Fabric Queen, she came on the scene and then all of a sudden started emailing saying she was sending me all these boxes of mini brands, and she was sending Sharon these quilting jelly rolls, and I thought, yeah, okay, you know how many times somebody has said to me they're sending me something and they all promises, nothing ever happens. Okay, big deal. But this lady actually photographed it. Don't you remember that? Let me see if I have those photographs. That was insane. And because we said we'd believe it, because she came on and she said that she was in the hospital and the nurse dropped a pitcher on her leg and everything got wet. Her tablet got wet, it got ruined. And then suddenly the next day her daughter was in our chat and her husband was in her chat, and they're saying that she's on a ventilator and she's touch and go. I mean, this was so many people were emailing me supposedly connected to this woman. And then we finally said, if you really have these balls and you really have these jelly rolls, and I want to see a picture of them. They sent us pictures of them in her sewing room with the date and mommy ramblings on it. It was so crazy. Hang on. Let's see when this happened. Fabric Queen. This was my first email, I think, from them. This was May 19th, 2020. Okay. This was 13 days after my son died. 13 days after he died. So the first thing she did was send me a video she told me to check out, which was on a Shanann Watts bashing channel. And this is so weird because she put this is the first email from her name, her real name, and then AKA Fabric Queen, and then a business name and a phone number. And then she wanted help. This was May 20th. Again, this is my daughter's birthday. And she sent us pictures of 3 quilts. Help me decide, she said. And she sent 3 different quilts. Can you show these? I need to decide which one I send to a movie producer. I can't decide. Please help. Then she has urgent. Please help, urgent. Still May 20th. All 3 on May 20th. I lost video now and can't connect. That was urgent. Okay. Please help. I said, we're in a new live. Then, May 22nd. Hi. In short, while I was waiting, this is grand. This is grand. Listen. While I was waiting to go into surgery, I looked up the mini brand's number and called them. I briefly explained that you are live on YouTube every night and several followers have been opening their balls during your live. We have several people who have opened balls that were missing their surprises. I also explained that I'm calling because I believe that many of the followers would be sleeping during their business hours. In the end, I asked if they could send some balls to you because the channel is yours. They then asked me for your full name, address, and phone number. I told them I was in the hospital, and I have that info at home. Can I call them back tomorrow? They said yes. Yep. Let's see. Then they wanted me, hello, can you please forward my contact info below to Teacup and Sharon Martin? Okay. All right. Then she said, then May 22nd, 2022. Carolyn, hi. This is Shari's husband, because her name is Shari. I just wanted to let you know Shari was rushed back into surgery twice today. The last time she crashed twice and currently is in a medically induced coma. On her last time going into surgery, she asked me to send the email she was writing. Let's just understand this, okay? She's being rushed back to surgery, and she's like, and his name was Cliff. Cliff! You have to write this lady back. Mommy ramblings. I've only started communicating with her 2 days ago, but you should know exactly who she is. Yeah, okay. My initial reaction was she can send it when she is brought back to her room. And that's when the doctors came out to tell me she flatlined twice and currently is in ICU. Okay. Sir, your wife is flatlined twice and is currently back in the ICU. Oh my gosh. I better write that email because she might not be able to. That was when I realized I need to send you the email. It was also then I decided I should update you as well. So her original message to you is below. If I have overstepped by adding to her email, please accept my apologies in advance. In closing, I do know she considers you family, even more than her own. She's known me for 2 days. Her original message. I just wanted to update you real quick. I was able to reach back out to the Mini Brands company this morning. Unfortunately, I was only allowed to leave a message. In addition, I also included that I'm headed back into surgery shortly. So if they have any additional questions, they can reach you directly after 2 p.m., either by your email or phone. Regards, Shari, and her full name and her business and her telephone number. Okay, and then she was in the chat because we're like, wait a minute, Shari, is that you? And she wrote me an email to say, yes, it's me, because she was in the chat. That was 10:15 p.m. When was the husband's? Hold on. Okay. The husband emailed me at 10:42 p.m. She emailed me the next day at 10 something when we were live, okay? To say it was her. Then she sent me another email. Carolyn, when I got the YouTube notifications about the live, I wasn't sure who you were until I heard you share the email with them. Please feel free to share what you're comfortable sharing. I only noticed the notifications because I picked up, oh, this is her husband now. I picked up Shari's phone because I was going to update you real quick. Shari is the computer nerd in our family, so I wasn't sure how to comment. And once I saw the chat box, oh, it was him that came into the live. Oh, not her, okay? Because she's on life support. Once I saw the chat box, I figured if anything, I could tell you Shari went back into surgery. I'm sorry about all the confusion I caused. If you're still online, I will only comment when she's out of surgery. I also noted there were several questions about what knee surgery for Shari was having surgery on. In short, Shari was in an automobile accident on December 24th or 25th of 2019 during the overnight hours, where she was rear-ended, ricocheted across the Bright. She then went airborne and went over the cement shoulder into a lake below. She was underwater for over 30 minutes. Once she was at the hospital, and after x-rays, CT scans, they said she had of 206 bones. It appears she has close to, if not, broke fractured bones. This is how it's written, I'm not joking. The immediate concern was her back, which had 9 breaks, and then her left shoulder and elbow, her right hip and femur. She shattered her right knee and broke her left knee, plus numerous other bones I can't even list. The right knee Shari shattered. She already had 1 prior surgery before today. When she realized her left knee wasn't healing correctly, they decided to go back in and try to shave the bone enough to get the plate to lay properly. Shari's right knee was shattered in this accident, which they tried to repair the knee while doing a total knee replacement, which we were hopeful everything was going great. Well, that was until that nurse dropped the entire meal tray and water pitcher on her knee. This happened during a live, of course. Shari explained what happened to me as the nurse carried her meal tray in one hand and the water pitcher in the other. The nurse then started to lose her grip on the meal tray and tried to, since one of the nurses serving the meals, tried to save it with one hand with the water pitcher in it. She lost hold of everything, and that's where we're at. The nurse just came out to tell me that they're going to need to finish up because the hospital doesn't have any blood left that matches her antibodies in the blood. Our son James will be here in the morning from Colorado to give blood. However, they will need to go back in a few days. They will keep her in ICU in a medically induced coma. Sorry for the length. And now he puts his name, aka her name, then her business name, their P.O. box number, their city and state, zip code, and phone number. Okay, then he sent me, Carolyn, the doctor came out to let me know how surgery went. Left knee. When the meal tray with the water pitcher fell on her left knee and her lap, it actually caused her kneecap to break again in a different direction than the original break. So they removed the previous plate and they used a larger plate to secure the knee. They are hoping that over the next few weeks, the bone will grow correctly over the edges of the plate. As I mentioned before, Shari also broke her right femur and shattered her right knee. The first surgery, they set the before. Then he said, final update. Carolyn, hello, the doctor just came out. He stated that he is keeping her in a medically induced coma and in the ICU. He then continued with her current DNR as it is written, that if she should flatline, go into cardiac arrest, or any other complication should arise overnight, their hands are tied. He's giving her a 20% chance to make it through the night with her now low, with how low her blood counts are now. Although keeping her on the ventilator when not in surgery is actually going against her DNR, however, he is willing to risk it because our son should be here around 7 a.m. If there are no additional complications, he would have the blood our son is donating go through a filter and then directly into Shari. So the next few hours are critical. Please thank everyone for their prayers. I will explain tomorrow what happened during the surgery this evening. Have a good night. He's writing to me when his wife is clinging to life, right? Then he sends me another one. Update. Good morning. Carolyn, I'm not sure if you got my email last night, so I will start with a short summary of it up. I'll update more this afternoon. Shari's surgery was stopped in the middle because her heart rate was dropping and no more blood on hand. They transferred her back to the ICU ward in a medically induced coma. The doctors came out to explain everything. One started, you need to contact any/all of her immediate family. They need to come now. My initial response was, this won't happen in this century. I know this because no one came here when her mom died in August or after her auto accident on Christmas or any Christmas. They said if we don't get enough blood, which is one of the major risk factors and why they gave her a 20% chance to survive through the night, with her current DNR being the next roadblock, which has already created other major problems for the hospital, they should not have done when she flatlined the first time. In the end, they should have stopped and let her go. So the only thing I can do is two praying hands they have. Please allow me to explain why we can't just transfuse any A positive from anyone. Is Shari needs to have specific antibodies which were in blood at birth with the 5 years of chemotherapy, which has pretty much stripped those original antibodies. Lastly, she also has primary progressive MS, which in itself creates its own issues. I will close on a good note. Shari and I have been together for 40 years, and married for 35 this coming September. I'm retired from the U.S. Army. We have 2 children, a son, James, who will be 33 in September, and a daughter, and has a daughter and a son. He is currently in the Army and stationed in Colorado. We also have a daughter, Amy, who will be 29 in November, who lives locally. Shari has fought for everything her entire life. I'm praying that she doesn't stop now. I will try to update you this afternoon or evening. Please feel free to ask me any questions. If I may have confused you or you don't understand something I said or have any questions. Yeah, what? Come on. Regards, Cliff. Okay. Again, he sends me. Carolyn, I just wanted to share that around 7:15 Central Standard Time, Sherry had a seizure and then she flatlined again, which they administered CPR again. I immediately questioned them, saying the surgeon said you could not revive her due to the DNR. They said that they can override the DNR because she was currently receiving a blood transfusion. Please don't get me wrong. I'm thankful they did. However, I'm also calling BS on this. Then the on-call physician explained that if there is a next of kin present, the hospital generally follows their wishes. He then elaborated that they will continue unless there's no expectation of her recovery. Then they will no longer administer CPR. However, considering she needs more blood than our son can donate in one day, they're going to mix our son's blood with other donated blood so they can infuse more blood with the antibodies she needs. They're immediately focusing on getting her blood counts up. They are still standing by the 20% chance of pulling through. I'm sorry if I'm confusing you. I don't know exactly how much Shari has shared with you all. Please thank everyone for their prayers. Best regards, Cliff. Sent me another email. Hi, Carolyn. I just want to update you. Around midnight, 12 a.m. Central Standard Time, the nurse came in to draw blood for a CBC to get a current blood count. Within 30 minutes, the surgeon comes rushing in and asks me to step out of the hall to talk. While he was talking to me about the recent blood test, and then he puts in parentheses, we'll come back to the results in a minute. What man writes like that? Come on now. The surgery nursing staff goes into Shari's room. They unplug the equipment from the wall. Then plug medical equipment into the bed power supply. The surgeon then explains that Shari's blood count is going in the wrong direction. After the 3 bags of blood, her blood count should be close to normal. He continues, we're taking Shari back to the operating room, not for surgery, but because we need a sterile environment. And I'm giving him a confused look. He continues, when they were in surgery and made the decision to abort because her vitals were not declining, we quickly closed her up, left knee, and we decided we couldn't risk removing the bandages on her shattered right knee. Unfortunately, with her CBC counts not improving, they have no choice. They need to ensure that when the dinner tray and that water pitcher fell on her knee, it didn't dislodge any of the pins, plates, or rods, my terminology, in Shari's right shattered knee. The goal is to verify that Shari hasn't continued to bleed under the bandages. Moving forward is the only way to confirm there are no underlying issues that we can't see, because they can't do a CT scan or an MRI without moving her, which would be more risky. He stressed that if they don't do this, she won't make it to daylight. I'm praying you understand what I'm trying to say. At this time, I'm sending she hasn't returned, and I'm just walking in circles. At the time I'm sending this, she hasn't returned, and I'm just walking in circles. Please, thank everyone for their prayers. Okay, here we go. Hi, Carolyn. I just want to tell you she made it through. There was so much excessive bleeding under the bandages on both knees. After 7 hours, they believe they were able to stop the bleeding. However, for the next few days, they will watch this closely, especially considering her survival through this has dropped significantly. They will be testing her blood count every couple of hours. Once her count stops going down, they will feel more comfortable in doing additional blood transfusions. In closing, an accident reenactment team, after the first or second time the car ricocheted across the bridge, most likely knocked her out, and her seatbelt failed. So when the car went over the side, she was ejected from the car, which in the end was the cause of more than half of the bones in her body to break. We need to accept that she is far from being out of the woods. She also has a long road to recovery. One final thought is she was alone on the road that night. If she was alone, they never would have found her. It was also a miracle that there was a witness who was able to dive into the water and find her in the middle of the night. Remember December, okay? Many of her bones are on the mend or already recovered, which we are extremely thankful to them. We'll continue to update you soon as things change. Thank you all for your prayers. Regards, Cliff. Okay, here we go. May 24th. This is 4 days, okay? Carolyn, hello. First, Shari has had 2 additional seizures today. So to prevent any movement in her knees from the convulsions, they have her legs strapped. They have also increased her medications for the seizures. Shari only has seizures from the MS when it flares up. As for her blood counts, they haven't changed, which I guess is some positive news. If they remain the same tomorrow morning, they will try to do the blood transfusions in the morning, and then they'll check again in an hour or so later. So now for the weird question. Our daughter, now listen to this, all this they're going through. Listen to what comes up next. Our daughter Amy brought home some mini brands, which she says Shari asked her to pick up. Amy also said Shari asked several of her clients to grab what they have when they open back up. Amy then said Shari was also waiting to hear from the manufacturer to get some as well. Once Shari gets them, she's planning on mailing them up north to you. Unfortunately, Shari never said where she was mailing them to. So do you happen to know anything about these? Honestly, I'm grasping at straws. I just want to send these to where Shari was planning on sending them to. Weird part 2. Carolyn, I'm really hoping you're the one Shari was mailing these mini brands, because a client just called me and told me that they have 48 of them and her sister has some as well. Unfortunately, I didn't ask Amy how many she had. Sorry. Carolyn, I just got home from the hospital to eat. I found another 24 of the mini brands. My neighbor them came over to tell me that besides the person who left the box on the porch, 3 additional people stopped by, and they said they didn't realize she was in the hospital. They'll stop by again tomorrow. FYI, if Shari sent an email to all of her clients nationwide, that's up to 2,500 people. So I have no idea she did ask them all. I guess all I can do is store them until I know more. Carolyn, Shari just received an email from a client in Oregon. Can I give her your address if it's okay? If you would prefer they mail them here first, because I can just forward them to you. Also, if you would like to mail these to various people, I don't mind, especially if you're going to forward them anyways. May 25th. Carolyn, hi. I'm not sure if you realized last night I was paged to the ICU and then I heard a code blue to Sherry's room. Once I arrived back to ICU, they wouldn't allow me back in. I found out later Sherry stopped breathing. She was placed on a ventilator. She has been on the ventilator for close to 18 hours without any improvement. Around 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, they started her blood transfusion again. They have it on a slow drip because they are needing the blood to stay in her system. I'm kind of having mixed emotions and confused on why they ignored the DNR. If what they are doing doesn't help, because I do know Shari wouldn't want this to be dragged out. If anything changes, I'll let you know. Regards, Cliff. I've got to write a book on this stuff. Okay, I asked if there was any improvement. He said, no, there hasn't been any improvement. She turns 53 on May 7th. She turned 53 on May 7th. That's what he said. Then he said, Carolyn, in 2006, Shari's identity was stolen by her coworker for the sum of $2.4 million. Shari's name was changed in 2008. The name she is registered in the hospital is a different name. Our postmaster neighbor has been bringing our mail to the hospital with the hospital delivery. Unfortunately, I wish I could explain more. See, and that was in response to me saying, not sure if you got my message. People want to send cards and maybe more. Can you please give us the hospital and room information? Because it would be so awesome for her to wake up with stacks of cards from the Ramblers. And that was his response to me. In 2006, Shari's identity was stolen by her coworker for the sum of $2.4 million. Shari's name was changed in 2008. The name she is registered in the hospital is a different name. Our postmaster neighbor has been bringing our mail to the hospital with the hospital delivery. Unfortunately, I wish I could explain more. That was his answer. Okay, then I asked him, what was her condition? What's going on? Then he just said, okay, I'm here. Because he was saying he's in here. And then there's a number. And this is when the daughter called in. And the daughter was saying, we said, can you just take a picture by the hospital thing? And, yeah. But then she couldn't. Okay. Then the next, this is May 26th. Please note, this is 6 days. This is only 6 days. Now we get this is James, also under her email. Miss Carolyn, this is Shari's son, James. I just came down because we can't all be up there. Amy just told me what you asked her to do. I told her not to. That is up to my dad to give any verification that you want. Lastly, we are currently having high winds and tornado warning. I also told Amy to leave any updates to be given by my dad. Good night, James Martell. Okay. Now I got an email from just a random person. Now listen to this one. Ms. Carolyn, hello, you don't know me. Shari with Martell emailed a group of her friends asking us to get some mini brands for her people in New York. Still under a quarantine, I was able to get 12 mini brands. If you would still like them, please let me know. I have no problem emailing them to you. And that was by someone named Tamara. Let's see. She's getting a bunch of emails from people trying to say stuff about her. Now, somebody wrote me, said, hello, Shari is doing better. She's off the ventilator. She's on her 4th blood transfusion. Labs are improving. I received another email from one of Shari's friends. She was telling Shari she was able to find 12 mini brands, was asking what she should do. I emailed her back, giving her your emails. She then texted Shari back, letting her know she hopes to hear from you. If she doesn't, she's also wondering what she should do. My response to her was, I'm hoping and praying that Shari will be able to answer the questions soon, because I'm not sure what I should do with the ones we currently have either. If you would still like them, please let me know, because I know Shari would still like them to get to you. Also, with the Amish fabric, a couple of jelly rolls, a books for teacup. She also asked me to include a box of mini brands, so please just email me back and simply say, ship, if you would still like them. So I said this, because I figured, okay, I said, hello, if you saw my last live performance, we need you to redeem some sort of credibility by taking a few photos of the stuff for teacup, along with the balls, and on a paper or cardboard write Mommy Ramblings blog and today's date. Please make sure we can see the background is residential and not taken in a store or other retail spot. Also make sure the background is visible and not cropped out. And then if you send us that, we will let everyone know that it's legit and you're not scamming us. Thanks. Now we get an email from Shari's email, but it doesn't say Fabric Queen now. It says the name of Kim Zimmerman. Okay? But the same exact email. And they apparently don't notice this change. Carolyn, I accidentally left Shari's phone at the pharmacy yesterday afternoon. I didn't realize I forgot it until they closed. I will send you the pictures later tonight. Okay. Then, hi, Carolyn. No, hold on a minute. This is somebody else. Okay. That's somebody else about Fabric Queen. Okay, let me see here. Where's that's teacup. Where's Fabric Queen? They did send me the pictures, but where did they send them under? Maybe they sent them under this new. Let me see. Okay. Yes, now they started to come under Kim Zimmerman. Here's the pictures. Carolyn, here are the pictures you requested. As for teacup, I think this is the Amish fabric Shari was referring to. I also included a picture of Shari's notebook, which I found in the bag with her belongings that was moved to the ICU room, which I now know is about teacup. I also took additional pictures of some fabric that was pulled out of the closet due to the roof leak. Unfortunately, I do not know specifically what the jelly roll or book Shari was wanting to ask teacup about. Okay, so this is what they sent me. I'm just going to pull this over. This is what they sent me. This thing that says teacup, Amish fabric. Ask teacup if she would like a jelly roll or the quilting books. Mommy Ramblings blog, May 28th, 2020. Mommy Ramblings blog, May 28th, 2020. Now, of course, there's only 2 cases of balls here, unlike what they said they had, right? So, okay. Mommy Ramblings blog, May 28th, 2020. Those are the jelly rolls. Mommy Ramblings blog, May 28th, 2020. Okay, so they sent the pictures. And then I said, thank you for the photos. You can ship the items to the P.O. box I gave you. When we receive the items, we will then issue an apology from myself and the Rambler community. Thanks and awaiting the shipment. Have a good day. Guess what? Nothing ever came. Name Kim Zimmerman sounds so familiar now. I'd love to go take another look into this whole debacle. Kim Zimmerman. Very crazy. So that's just some of the crazy. Some of the crazy. 2,500. Remember she ordered for all. Yes, 2,500. Yeah. But there were 2 cases there. That's just some of the crazy. Just some. Oh, the roof leak. Yes, the roof leak. Bucky Ann. Yes. That was a crap load of fabric, right? And then, so here's what the moral of the story is. The lady really had to be a quilter. She really had to have the fabric. But what was the point of that? That's completely just what? Attention seeking? What was that? What was the point of that? So ridiculous. And then all these names and addresses she gave me. And why this Kim Zimmerman, why that name sounds Shari Martel, Cliff Martel, James Martel, Amy Martel, Aimee Martel. In Branson, Missouri. So what scam though, Sharon? Like what scam? What did they get out of that? What did they get out of that? That's what I don't even understand. What did they get out of that? Yeah, so the emails just all suddenly stopped when I asked her to send the stuff, Barb. Then they just suddenly stopped. But, I mean, I don't know. I don't understand it. And I'm glad I don't understand it because I think I'd have to be mentally ill to understand that. It filled a mental need of this lady. Yeah, I guess so. And don't forget Jenna, who used to call in saying she was in a horrific car accident. Who remembers Jenna? Remember Jenna? And she had how many children? 15, 20 children? All adopted. Oh no, I think did she have a few of biological children, this woman? The rest adopted. She sent us horrific pictures of her in an ambulance, told us where she was injured, that she had a traumatic brain injury. But the funny thing was, she spoke incredibly slow. She wanted to call in all the time. And then she said, if it was somebody's birthday, she'd say, oh, can I do the birthday? Now, think about somebody that's, I'm sorry. It takes me a long time to speak because of my injury. Oh, it's so-and-so's birthday. Oh, can I sing the song we always sing? I'm not joking. Watch this now. Happy birthday, happy birthday. She starts singing this tremendously fast song, not thinking anything. Oh my gosh, Jenna Ziegeldorf. Not this Jenna. Oh, you're still here, Jenna Ziegeldorf. How come you never come in anymore? No, not that Jenna. And you're just like, what the heck? What the heck? And then she was communicating with somebody else. And somebody else asked her to send pictures of her children. Well, this was her big mistake. She sent pictures of her children, which she didn't understand. Usually they're a little more in tune. She didn't understand. You can Google search a picture. Well, it ended up that these children were on hairstyle catalogs, and they were models. And so we knew she was lying before this. The last few times she called in, and I wear my heart on my sleeve, so it's hard for me to put on any kind of an act, because if I know you're a scammer and you're coming up here, I can't have phony. I don't do it well at all. Okay, I can't fake a relationship that's not there. So we knew we had to confront her. So I confronted her in an email and told her that we found the pictures of the children you said, and they are not your children, and your whole story, this whole story and stuff like that. And she went away in a huff, mad, never appeared anywhere. She's probably under another name. She's probably not brave enough to call in with that, or she's with another scam. Maybe she was Fabric Queen. Who the hell knows? With all those injuries, and Jenna had all those injuries, but I know where the real Jenna is. And I know because the person that she was sending this to found out her real identity and where she lives, and that she wasn't even married and had no children. Okay? So it wasn't Fabric Queen because she didn't live in Missouri. She actually had a real Facebook page with real pictures. But, what is high 61 saying? Love you all. I've spent the last 2.5 years being my dad's full-time caretaker. Is unfortunately just lost my dad. Oh, I'm very sorry, Jenna. Very sorry. Eventually she stopped calling in. Yeah. We've had a lot of real crazies. Forgot Fabric Queen. 30 minutes under the freezing water. Kevin, 30 minutes. You're cheating her of those 10. Remember the logistics going camping? Oh, yes. Remember they were going camping? They were going... Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh. We should listen to some of those calls. I wish somebody could catalog those lives and find out exactly when those calls are. You can't make this. I mean, this is just crazy. It's just crazy. Yeah, they were going in RVs, and they had this big caravan, right? And I kept saying to her, that's the one thing I said, what kind of car do you drive? Because she had like 15 children. And it's just so crazy. Yeah, I know that, Kevin. And then the lady that said, who called in during the celebration murders, the tote murders, and we went to the wrong place and said that we had to delete everything and she was drunk. Oh, and she always said that I was the baby whisperer, and her baby would be her youngest baby would be in her arms fast asleep. And she was even talking about adoption and how she got these kids. And it's so easy if you just look for the foster to adopt. And she went through the whole thing. And guess where she was from? Massachusetts. Oh, thanks, Jenna. That would be entertaining, wouldn't it? Maybe we could have a night of the week that we stroll down psycho memory, what is it? Psycho memory lane with mommy ramblings. I think we will do that. There'll be a night of the week we go down psycho memory lane. Could be entertaining and educational. Well, we did the ceramic lady. Yeah, that she didn't drag it out. She did it in one night practically. Remember the one lady who said she was in so much pain and she was sleeping on the floor and all this, and then we sent the cops? Yeah, 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 yeah. Another lady called in. She was crying, said she hasn't slept in a bed. Everybody felt so sorry for her. We were all on different phones. People were calling in. Some of my mods were calling her. We were going back and forth. We were getting this lady help. They came to her house. She refused to open the door. One of my mods was calling her and saying, "Look, we got them to your door. Open your door." She wouldn't open her door. Then the next day, some rambler that was close to her in Arizona went over there with her son. They brought her a cake. They brought her this. They brought her that. They said she needed a mattress. We were getting her a mattress. Yes. Do you know that woman is going around YouTube right now into different chats with a completely different story? Completely different story. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Completely different story. So crazy. So many crazies. Yeah. And people were going out of their way to help this woman. They're going out of their way to help her. She made a receipt, yeah, then resented the help, exactly. So crazy. There's been so many nuts. And then remember the one lady that was here for a long time, for like 2 years, and really seemed like one of us and stuff, and then said she fell in some really hard times and she just needed a little help, and she would pay everybody back, and she was waiting for her income tax to come in and this and that. Remember that lady? Remember that lady? She was even calling in. Remember, she was even showing pictures of fireworks her son had and all that stuff. And people were going and give her donations, and people were giving hundreds of dollars to her. And she was going, oh gosh, when I get my income tax refund, I'm going to pay everybody back. I'm going to pay everybody back. Your mouth is a cape after this. Yeah, I know, Sassy. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Crazy. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. You want to listen to more stories? Well, maybe we need to have a stroll down memory lane. We'll have to see if we can put together something. It's crazy. We've been through a hell of a lot. We've been through a lot. And I'm probably not even remembering some of the crazy. We didn't even really mention Montana Sky. Little lady, you remember Montana Sky, right? Because Montana Sky did it to a bunch of creators, not just to me. And then faked their death, right, little lady? You remember Montana Sky, right? You remember a lot of that? Yeah, you would. You've been here a long time. Hi. Yep, we all helped her out, and she never came back to chat. Right, and then that lady went over there with a cake and everything. Montana Sky died twice. Yeah. You remember that little lady? And then they wrote, certain creators like myself and these other creators, they wrote these beautiful things. I think they were sent from their nephew, and they said, I wanted to let you know that my uncle thought the world of you. He has it written in a notebook that I was to send you, that you're one of the most sweetest, loveliest creators, and there's all these glowing stuff. And then a few other creators got these glowing things from this Montana Sky. Glowing. And then, oh my gosh, it was so crazy. Yes, that's right, Sassy. Yeah. That's the other one. That's the one about the income tax and the new business. Yeah. Really? She said her cousin was Donny Osmond? I don't remember that one. See? Some things I forget. Wow. Yeah, and these people, she came on, okay? She came on panels with her voice and her body and showed her house and stuff. I'm telling you, they're not, it's crazy. Yeah, another J name. That's funny. Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's so crazy. She was from, no, she moved to Arizona, remember? I think you're thinking of that other one that laughed, that crazy, crazy laugh. She never showed her face or anything, but boy, did she have stories. And she came on panel all the time, and she had this laugh. And you either found it endearing or, I don't know. Deathbed love bombing, yeah. No, I don't think it was Canada, Sassy. If we're talking about the same one, she was in Arizona, remember? There's a video where she shows us she's doing fireworks. Which one are you talking about? They were in Arizona. Both of those people were in Arizona. The one with the bed and the one with the fireworks that asked for the money. The other one was in Canada with the laugh. People with a lot of free time. Yeah, and that woman with like 59 kids had a lot of free time. So many people, so many lies. Yeah. But the ones that asked for money, I can see what their motive was, but this fabric queen, it was so crazy. I don't know. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's pink. Didn't we have a lady that built a new house just to hold her dolls? Built a new house just to hold her dolls? Who was that? Who was that? She built a new house just to hold her dolls. I don't remember that one. She built a new house to hold her dolls. That I don't remember. You remember the lady that promised Sharon and I that cat that didn't even exist? That whole cat lie? That was a complete lie. Oh, the dog. Did she finally send it to you, Bucky Ann? The cat wasn't even hers. That was a total lie. Yeah, we used to do pet parade, and people would send in pictures of their pets. And she sent this cat in. And I'm not even a person that really goes for cats, but I'm like, that is the cutest cat. And she's like, I want to get you that cat. And she went through this whole thing. She told us this cat was like $2,300, but she was going to get it. She showed us this huge house that she apparently lived in. And then Sharon wanted the cat. Then she said she was going to get Sharon and I the cat. One time she went so much, and she lived in Canada. She said that she found a trucker, and he was going to bring it to me someplace in Pennsylvania if I could get there. She went through so many things that were total lies. And then she told me many times that she had to read my lips. And she wanted me to speak when somebody else was on panel. Let's say Sharon, that I would have to mouth what Sharon was saying, and we don't even believe that was true. And then she said this big elaborate thing that she was getting this bench made for the Rusaks kids, and then that never materialized. She said she was going down to Vegas for some type of horse show, and that never happened. The cat thing was a total fake out. All of it. It's no wonder that Sharon is bitter. People think I'm crying. Yeah, there were so many lies. Carolyn was stuck with these crazies up on panel. She then made up a story that her daughter, she had to be off with her daughter, was going into the Canadian, the Rocky, what are they? The Rocky Mounted Police Department. What are they? The Mounties. What? She made up a big elaborate thing, and I said, "But where's your cat?" Because she apparently got this little kitten. Where is it? And she was making up all these excuses. She was never going home. And I'm thinking, like, what police academy is let your mother stay there with you? Get out of here. This is such a lie. I know it's in Canada, but come on. They're not letting your mother stay with you. And she was sending me, like, all kinds of things. Like, she'd go, look what I found at the thrift store today. Is this a good camera? And she's sending me like this Canon DSLR camera. And she's like, I got it for $2. Like, just all this stuff, Jake, just for attention. That was, it's crazy. It was just crazy. Yeah, the RCMP, yeah. The Royal Canada Mounted Police, yeah. She had a big thing, and that's why she couldn't get us the cats. But she told me the lady still had the ones from that litter. That's what I'm saying. And meanwhile, this kitten she has is getting older and older. And I'm like, if you're really getting me, the kitten, and you're getting Sharon, the kitten, well, now the kitten is getting so old, you know, are you doing it or not? And she kept saying, no, I'm doing it. I'm getting you that cat. I'm getting it for you. I just have to figure out how to get it to you. They can't even figure out that staircase is at the other house. They still say, why do I usually sit in the kitchen? And that night I was sitting in front of the staircase. They haven't even realized it's two different houses, the Einsteins that they all are. Yeah, I don't know who had dolls. There was another guy who responded to was such a nice guy. Yeah, Cab 7. How about when Carolyn told Scooter I was allergic to cigar smoke? Yes, did I say that? But that might have been in a private Zoom, it's Pink. Really, Adventures with Beth? That's where you came from? Interesting. Huh. Yes, when he came over here to support. Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that. Adventures with Beth. Interesting. 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 That's funny. So many crazy things. Remember that guy that saw aliens or something, and he came over here during the Chris Watts case, and he came on panel and he started screaming like a lunatic? Oh, really, Bucky Ann? What channel is that? You have to email me what channel that was. Oh my gosh. That was so weird. So many crazy things. Oh my gosh, we got to show this to special needs. She's never seen this. Okay, that's a good way to end the show probably with that. Let me get that clip. Let me get that clip. The bell lady? The bell lady. What bell lady? The bell lady? Tell me about that little lady, the bell lady. Tell me about that. Okay, let me go over here. I can't believe you didn't see this. See, it's always good to have a new person to show this to. Okay, this is going to be the clip of it, okay? Let me pull it over. Hold on. Where is it? Like, where's the thing? Where did I open it? Let's see, we were over here. We had to be over here. Let me see. Close, close, close. I have so many tabs open. Okay, I found it. Okay.
To get the hatchback on, it was crazy. We got it open. She's putting all the bags in. Then Jay Bells gets in the passenger seat, and I open the van door for Lisa to get in, right? But before Lisa gets in, I say, "Oh God! God, what the hell? What the hell? Oh my gosh!
Why?
Oh my gosh, Jimmy! I thought something was falling on my head.
Okay, honey, I was sneaking down
You
the steps.
fell down the steps.
What
Oh
happened?
my
No,
God!
I'm okay.
What happened, Dad?
Oh
Sneaking
my
down the steps,
God!
honey, that's it.
What happened? Dad fell all the way down the steps. How?
I thought something was.
Daddy, how?
I was sneaking down the steps.
Yeah. Wait, what kind of ways you fall down?
Oh my God, Jimmy, I have a heart attack. Oh my gosh, can you imagine if he died at the bottom of the steps?
I know. I was thinking.
Oh my gosh. He fell down the steps. Did you see him coming down over here? Yeah, he's okay.
Honey, they got him.
They do, because there's video over here.
I was going to come down behind you and be funny.
Oh my gosh. You don't understand, Jimmy. I was picturing we still had that big hutch with the top on it, and I thought it was coming down on my head.
What's the big hutch?
That one that was over there, I thought it was over here, and I was like, I heard that falling, and I just thought something was coming down, it was going to hit me on the head.
Daddy, how did you slip that? What way did you slip down, Dad?
How did you fall? How did you fall all the way down the stairs like that?
I was coming up behind you there, and then.
But how did you keep falling and falling like that?
Boom!
They said, was he in a red union suit?
Daddy.
We-
Look, there's the wire stop only the end of the fence.
Lisa didn't believe me when he got that red union suit for Valentine's Day. I thought it was an earthquake. It scared the crap out of me. Did you see him falling down? Well, why didn't you guys tell me it was Jimmy falling? I thought something was falling on my head. Oh my God. He did like a Clark Griswold. He goes like, I'm okay. It seemed to go on forever, didn't it? That's what scared the hell out of me. That's what scared the hell out of me. That girl goes, the dad fell. Oh my God, the dad fell. Oh my gosh, okay. Oh my gosh. That'll go on the blooper reel. Right? That'll definitely go on the blooper reel. Right, Melly Mel. But he's laughing like crazy at that. It was so scary because I couldn't see what it was, and it just like kept coming, and I don't know if you heard how loud the noise was, and it kept coming and kept coming and kept coming. I'm thinking like, wait a minute, something is going to fall on my head. I really thought there was the top of that hutch behind me, and it was coming down, and that's why I got up. And then when I got up, I saw him land at the bottom of the stairs, and then he jumped up and said, I'm okay, I'm okay. Okay, that is crazy. You didn't know what it was at first either? It scared the crap out of me. It was like on and on and on and on and on. And so we talked about that union suit in AC more because we went by, they weren't union suits, but they were something like that. So then I said to Lisa, Jimmy got a union suit like that. Cause
I play it again here because this is the clip. So I put it in slow motion, I think, and then, let's see.
he usually falls up the stairs, Shannon. He's due from school, praying. Plus, you still don't have to go in.
Oh, that was a kid. That was the kids fooling around.
I know you.
Yeah, it's really funny now. Trying to be funny, folks. Anyway, it was funny. I almost did.
Okay.
Quantum entanglement. That's why channeling works.
Your brain is making.
Then, Jabez gets in the passenger seat, and I open the van door for Lisa to get in, right? But before Lisa gets in, I say, oh God! God, what the hell? What the hell? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, Jimmy, I thought something was falling on my head! Then, Jabez gets in the passenger seat, and I open the van door for Lisa to get in, right? But before Lisa gets in, I say, oh God! Then, Jabez gets in the passenger seat, and I open the van door for Lisa to get in, right? But before Lisa gets in, I say, oh God! God, what the hell? What the hell? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, Jimmy, I thought something was falling on my head!
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, I can't believe it. I feel like we just showed that. I think, Bucky M, we showed that to you one night not long ago, right? Because I feel like we looked at this not long ago. I really do think we looked at this not long ago. Because I remember this, and it was somebody who said, oh my gosh, you never saw that? I think it was you, Bucky Ann. Oh my gosh, that is too much. Stop. Why special needs? What? Oh, your side hurts. Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we showed it to somebody recently. Right? It was you. Yeah, because I feel like we just showed this to you. But yeah, I forgot when new people come, they didn't see that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that was a good way to end. That was a good way to end the night. Oh my gosh. Now play Rocky running? Well, I put a clip of Rocky running. Let me see. Okay, I'll put Rocky running. Hold on. You can hear his wheel now. People think I don't have Rocky anymore. I have Rocky. He runs every night if you hear the wheel. People are crazy.
The thing that's different about a verbal vacation.
What do you mean it's pink? You can't see him. Can't you see? What do you mean you can't see him? Why not? He wouldn't go in this wheel for about a year, okay? We spent so much money on this wheel because it's like the only flying squirrel approved wheel. It was like $60 or something, and then you had to get a special ball bearing and this and that. And he would not go in this for like a freaking year. And then one night, he went in it, and he will never not use it. He is in this thing every freaking day. But it took him about a year to go in it. Don't forget karaoke. Patreon karaoke. Thursday. Meditative, right, Al? It's like a dryer. It's like a dryer, isn't it? You're late. Why are you late? It's pink. Yeah, with an eyedropper. And he was like, not letting me do it. Remember? And that water you hear is the turtle tank. She named them Saturday and Sunday, really?
Bring my yachts here. When you need parts, eBay Motors ensures a guaranteed fit.
Okay, that's at the end of that one, right, isn't it? I think so.
Let's see, you'll need headlights.
Oh my goodness. Oh, we did that in slow motion. Yeah. He's in slow motion there. Okay, well, I'll put the numbers out. Let me do that. And then I think it's time to say goodnight to all. Happy friends. Okay. Gotta go check on my charge. Oh, have you seen her yet? Tell me, have you seen her? Okay. Tell me, have you seen her? Don't forget to watch the video right before this about the Murdoch auction find. If you missed it. Very short, but very informative. Okay. Come on. Create post. Okay. What am I doing? That's not what I'm doing. I have to put this in. Look. All right. All right, so we shall see you tomorrow. All right, good night, everybody. God bless. Prayers for all that need them. Prayers for our country, for those kids and the families. All right, I love you guys. God bless. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Oh, I just have to end this. Hold on.